Good morning.
Sorry, sorry, can you hear me? I want to test my sound.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
great.
I can, Yam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Good morning. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx Webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing can watch on YouTube. Participants who registered in advance will connect to the hearing by phone or with a compatible electronic device and have the option of participating via video or audio only. Participants will be muted automatically upon entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Please mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is heard, and during this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use the share screen function or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. My name is Nancy Oman and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating via WebEx Webinar who can be seen and heard are Yun Chan, Zahir Bayat, and Larry Clay. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request by email. Please include your name, address, and an email address. Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, known as TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed the rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I will comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly and clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application, and then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers, and this will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes that need to be adopted?
Through the chair, there are no minutes from the previous hearing that need to be adopted today.
Okay, thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Okay, I'm going to be declaring an interest for item number 9, as one of the objectors is a friend and a former colleague. Are there any files to be closed?
Through the chair, there's one file for closure, but that's not until the afternoon session.
Okay, and how about deferral requests this morning?
Through the chair, there are 2 deferral requests for the morning session.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Okay,
The first deferral request is for item number 3, for 480 Summerhill.
okay,
Deferral request, deferral at the request of the applicant to address time to address neighbor concerns.
okay. And then is there another one this morning, 18?
Through the chair, correct. Item 18, 43 Wales Avenue, deferral sine die due to improper notice issued under the Planning Act.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's start with item number 1, 216 Arlington Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. I only show the agent as a speaker, and do we have the agent on the line?
Brian, you've been unmuted.
Yes, good morning, committee. Good morning, Madam Chair. I must say this is a first.
I'm sorry?
I said this is a first for me, being first on the agenda. I've been
Oh.
doing this for many years.
Well, it's
And
your
it's,
lucky day. You don't have to wait around for a long time, so.
Thank you so much.
I don't think we need a presentation, and you are Brian Abbey, right? But I'm going to see if there are any questions for you, but go ahead.
I would just like.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, you would like to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that I'd like to remove variance number 6 because when we had the survey done, the south side of the garden shed is actually 0.46 away from the boundary, not 0 as I had originally shown on my original site plan.
Okay, so we're deleting variance number 6 then.
Correct.
Okay, let me just write this down. Okay, I believe Mr.
Chair,
Yeah.
Chair, doesn't he still need a variance? I guess in the required setback 1.8 meters?
No, I'm talking about,
Number 6,
yeah,
the ancillary
The-
building located 0 meters.
yeah, it's not 0 meters, it's 0.46. That's the variance, not the 1.8. It is more than 1.8 from the residential building.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. You say it's 0.46 is what you're now at?
No, that's what it actually is.
Yeah, so it's actually.
When I did,
It's actually 0.46, and the requirement is 0.3, so you're further, right? Am I?
yes, exactly.
So you don't need the
Right.
variance.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Chan, you had a question?
Yes, I have a question. On your site plan, at the rear yard, you have some paved areas. Are these already constructed or?
Yes,
are you proposing-
the whole rear yard is existing.
Oh, okay, so they're not new proposed thing. I just wish because you have deficiency in soft landscaping, I thought maybe those pavers should be also permeable, but it's already done and, I mean, they're existing, so.
Yeah, it's
I would-
existing and they are permeable anyway.
Oh, they are permeable. Okay, thank you
Yeah.
so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Miss-
Really, the application is just for the third floor, but obviously when the examiner was looking at the zoning examiner was looking, the rear yard was done without the benefit of a permit. So that's why we're going to legalize that today, hopefully.
Okay, Mr. Bayat has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair, but I think the last response answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions? Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. I was just confirming, there's a lot of wood deck in the backyard as well. So what's underneath the wood deck?
I don't know. Never been.
I think what I'm just asking, is it hardscape under there, or is it?
I really don't know, but I wouldn't think so, because it's a typical deck. There's no, I would think it was on sonotubes, and it's probably just earth underneath it.
Right. There's no basement projection back there, so.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Any further questions, panel members? Mr. Abbey, we're ready to go into committee. Anything you want to add before we go into committee to make a decision?
No, I think we've addressed everything.
Okay, we're in committee, panel.
I just wanted to say that we did, of course, I forgot to mention that we did have the letters of support from 3 neighbours at the rear and 1 to the side, and 1 that was he accepted but didn't want to sign anything.
Okay, so you have support from one of the adjacent neighbors then?
Yeah, from 214 has signed a letter of support.
Okay.
The one at 218 had no objections but didn't want to sign anything.
Okay.
And the 3 on at the rear, which would be the most affected, were all in support.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Bayat. You're muted.
Apologies. I think this application is a very straightforward one. It's essentially an addition to the third floor.
Okay,
The concerns that I had, I think the concerns I had were quite well responded, and we understand the existing circumstances. So I'd like to move a motion to approve as amended with no, I don't believe there are any conditions attached to this one at all.
okay, Ms. Chan, you wanted to second that? Are you seconding? Okay. All right, so I have a motion to approve, moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Ms. Chan, to approve this with the deletion of variance number 6, so approving it as amended. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of your day. Item number 2, 68 RATHNELLY Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the applicant, and 5 form letters in support. All right, I don't have any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Hi, can you just identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Tarunpreet Kaur, and I'm the agent for 68 RATHNELLY, and the owner is Edward.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, we have 1 variance before us. Ms. Chan, you have a question?
Yes. Yes, so wait, or can I ask it now?
Sorry, you have a question? I don't know, you're kind of cutting in and out.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't, I was asking whether it is time to ask the question or.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, my question is from your plan, from your site plan, I have no idea where you have a big deficiency in soft landscaping, but where is it? Where is your soft landscaping?
So it is in the periphery. It is just in the periphery.
Where is the bed? What do you mean?
Just along the property line. It's a very minimum, like a 3-inch or a 6-inch, just along the property line.
That is the little bit of soft landscaping?
Yes, yes. Otherwise,
I can't even see it on your site plan. I'm sorry. Can you indicate it clearly? It's a strip of what?
It's a strip.
Grass?
It's a strip. Yes.
But maybe it's a small scale drawing I'm looking at. I don't know where it is.
Yeah, it is not being shown on the drawing for sure.
So how do we know that you have soft landscaping then?
So is the back,
To me, from the site plan, it's 0.
the Deputy Secretary Treasurer would like to weigh in here, so go ahead.
Through the chair, this application did go through a zoning review, so it was identified by the zoning examiner.
I appreciate that, but why where is it indicated, the location? I mean, maybe it's acceptable for the planning review and with the figure, but where is it and in relation to the property?
So to the agent,
That's my question.
to Ms. Chan's question, if we're looking at the site plan, is it adjacent to the house on opposite side of the right-of-way? So on the other side, is that where the landscaping is? And what's in the back?
It's on the rear side. The rear side, where there is garage, just behind the garage, that side of the area, and the rest of all the area is the hardscape.
Okay, so just that little thin piece behind the garage has grass or whatever, and everything else is what? Is it cement?
Yeah,
Is it
it's
permeable pavers? What is it?
Pavers.
What kind of pavers?
Yeah.
What type of pavers are they? Are they like big
Stone
stone?
pavers. Sorry. Stone pavers.
Okay, does that help, Ms. Chan?
I don't know. It doesn't help me to make the decision, but it does help me to understand there is some soft landscaping, and the other one is everything else is, I believe, hard surface or
Yeah.
some kind of stone or asphalt. I do not know. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Bayat and then Mr. Clay.
Similar to Ms. Chan's question, I'm looking at, I think it's drawing L0 point identify plot plan. From that one, could the agent just identify what we're looking at in the back? I can see an existing garage. I see an existing pool.
Yeah.
I see proposed patio cover,
Yeah.
which is this application for. So the area just to the side of the pool and behind the garage, between the garage and the house, what is that?
It's a stone pavers all over.
The whole area is stone paving?
Yes.
So literally there's no soft landscaping as such from what I can see.
Yes.
Am I
Yes.
correct?
When the owner purchased the house, it was already hardscaping from that very time.
Good grief. I just find that, the request for 5.8%, I just find it unacceptable from my perspective. I understand that the applicant purchased the property as is, but it really is problematic because there is a huge area that could be soft landscape. 5.8% somehow doesn't sound very good at all.
Mr. Clay, you have a question?
Yeah, so I think we're all focused on the same issue. I think 6% soft landscaping when 50 is required, frankly, is just too low. To the applicant, if there are simply stone pavers in the rear, is the homeowner able to replace those with something different? I mean, pulling up stone pavers isn't really that hard, and replacing them with either permeable or some sort of other material isn't that difficult. It's hard for the panel, even though it's an existing condition. It's hard for the panel, I think, to be comfortable with an application that has so little rear soft landscaping. So maybe you can help us out a little bit and identify if there are opportunities where you could significantly increase the amount of soft landscaping, or failing that, at least reinstall permeable materials.
Okay, I have discussed this with the client, with the homeowner.
Okay, so we have a lot of items on the agenda today, and so would a deferral be work for you and come back with a new number? Or, because if you have to speak to your clients, like, are you able to do that today if I hold the item down? Or if you need more time, then we could perhaps grant you a deferral so that you can come back with a more reasonable number.
I can discuss this with the client, and if you can put me in the second half of the agenda, it would be great.
So if you want it, okay, so we'll move you to the afternoon then. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, could we put her at the beginning of the afternoon session?
Through the chair, just to make it easy, I think maybe just move her to the last item of the morning agenda.
Okay, so so if you can just monitor the proceedings, we have quite a number of items this morning. We have 20 in total, so I'm going to hold you down for now, and if you can deal with this in the next, this should give you probably 2 hours to get in touch with your clients and figure out a better percentage. So when you come back, what the panel's going to need is a percent and the square meters, okay, to make any kind of a change.
Through the chair,
Sure.
The committee may wish to consider whether you want plans or not. It's really up to the committee.
Mr. Bayat, I see you shaking your head yes. So what do you think is a better
Yes,
option
I
then?
think so.
Can you get
I
us?
think it would be good to have some indication on a site plan so that we know exactly what we're talking about.
Okay, it sounds, I'm sorry, but it sounds like we're going to need a plan because this plan was deficient. So I think the better option is to defer this matter. And then the sooner you get the material back, the sooner staff can schedule this again for you. Okay, because.
Okay.
All right?
So can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, panel members, so we're in committee, so this is to a deferral to allow the agent to speak to her client and to make hopefully significant improvement to the variance that's being requested here. Ms. Chan?
Yeah, I'll move for that motion, yeah.
Okay, so motion to defer moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 3, 480 Summerhill Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a photograph of trees on the property, a covering letter from the agent, Mr. Galbraith, context renderings of the main house with front elevation, massing, and shade studies. We have a staff report from Forestry asking for condition number 1. Correspondence in support from 2 Jean Street, 56 St. Andrews Gardens, 474 Summerhill, and 482 Summerhill, which is adjacent. Significant correspondence in opposition from residents on Douglas Drive, Highland Avenue, Glen Road, Summerhill Avenue, Highland Avenue, Edgewood Crescent, Schofield Avenue, Whitehall Road, Jean Street, and I believe I mentioned St. Andrews Gardens, and Edgar Avenue. So we have well over 22 opposition letters. And I have 2 speakers listed, and I do have, if I could have the agent, and I do understand you're asking for deferral. I have the.
Good morning, Sean Galbraith here on behalf of the, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Galbraith. I see my Deputy Secretary Treasurer would like to say something.
Through the chair, the agent did submit a letter requesting deferral. It did not make its, we just got it yesterday afternoon. It's not in your package, but we could share it. We're sharing it on the screen right now for the committee's review.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Galbraith, you're asking for a deferral to consult with neighbors, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I have 2 speakers listed, so I'm just going to ask them how they feel about the deferral, and then I'll come back to you. All right, do you have the first speaker? Frank or Mila Liska? You there?
Yes.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi, is this Frank?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah. Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you just state your name for the record? And I'm only dealing with the
Yeah,
deferral. I'm only dealing with the deferral request right now. So I just
Yeah.
want.
The name is the name is Frank and Mila Liska, Liska, 492 Summerhill.
Okay. So the agent, as you're probably listening, you probably heard that the agent would like to have consultations with yourselves and all other neighbors regarding this matter. Are you in favor of a deferral?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Do you have Mr. Flett? Hi, Mr. Flett, are you there?
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. If you can just identify yourself for the record, and then we're just dealing with the deferral, and I think you've been listening, so you know why they're asking for the deferral.
Yes, thank you. I represent Melanie Schischler, Farrell Hausman, and Ronald McCloskey, who live in the area. I don't have their addresses right offhand, but they have indicated that they support the request for deferral. They were made aware of the request yesterday afternoon.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Galbraith, so it looks like people are in favor of having further consultation with you. And so.
Yeah, that sounds great. We've already done some extensive consultation, and we're looking forward to continuing it.
Yeah, that'll be great, and hopefully you can work a lot of things out. So we'll take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, given the circumstances and the interest of all parties to continue to discuss this one, I'd like to move deferral.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Ms. Chan, so motion to defer.
I'll second that, yeah.
Oh, you're doing, okay, Zahir. Okay, I have a motion to defer, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Bayat, and this is to allow for consultation with the neighbors. And all in favor? So this is to defer the matter. Okay. Okay, everyone's in favor. Okay, so that's approved. Okay, item number 4. 579 Oakwood Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of trees on the subject property, as well as a covering letter from Mr. Dome. And I do not show any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, hello, Madam Chair. This is Michael Dome here.
Hi, good morning. I don't think we need a presentation. Any questions, panel members, for the agent? Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I frankly don't really have any difficulties with this one, but it did look like from the photographs that this structure is being used already for dwelling purposes, or is it not?
No, sir, it is not right now.
Oh, it just looks like it might be from the outside.
Could be. That's a compliment. I'll take it. But no, it is not, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions, panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions, Mr. Dome. Anything you want to add that's not in the submissions before we go into committee?
No, Madam Chair, other than support from all of the neighboring properties on Gloucester and on Oakwood. I have one letter which I did not get to submit in time.
Oh, I had one question, though. I'm just looking at my notes here. In your covering letter, you referred to 2 variances, but there's 3 before us. So you are asking for 3 variances, right?
That's correct. Initially, there were 2 variances that the zoning reviewer 2 weeks ago split into 3 variances. There was like an A and B on one of the variances.
Okay.
And then they were split into 3. So we are asking for the 3 that are listed in front of you right now, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. We're in committee, panel members. Ms. Chan.
Yeah, I agree with Larry. I don't have any problem with this application. I think that it is a good proposal, and it's not too big, and the height is not it's below 6 meters. And I'm also in support of this application, so I'll move for approval with no conditions.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Mr. Clay, so motion to approve, moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 5, 900 Lansdowne Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, a parking review prepared by Roland Roovers from GHD, and correspondence in opposition. And we did not have any address, and I believe it's regarding potential number of cars. Okay, I don't show any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. I am here.
Hi, if you can just state your name for the record.
Of course, Madam Chair, my name is Chris Pereira. I'm the principal of Embahar Planning and Design Limited. We are the planning consultant for the owner.
Okay, thanks. Panel members, we have 2 variances before us. Mr. Clay, you have a question?
Thanks, Chair. I did read through all the material, and I don't fundamentally have any difficulties with this one, but I couldn't find anything that spoke to the reason for making these parking spaces shorter. Is it just simply because you anticipate having smaller cars, or is it a structural issue with the foundation? Maybe you could just let us know what the reason for this is.
Through you, Madam Chair, the structural is exactly the reason why we are here. My understanding is that the construction of this project of over 900 purpose-built rental units is in the advanced stages, and I believe that the columns through the construction were actually maybe ended up being a bit wider than they should have been. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but effectively the result is that we're losing about 40 centimeters on length and width of the spots of 28 of over 830 spots, 828 spots to be exact, of which 28 are now going to be undersized. So that's effectively the reason for the application is the columns have been built, the building is going up, and the columns are now interfering with a few of the parking spots.
Yeah, fair enough. That makes sense. Are you going to be labeling them as undersized spots?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe that they will be labeled as small car spaces, and through GHD's work, they've identified medium-sized cars as being sufficient to to access those spaces. So anything in the realm of an Audi A4 or a Volkswagen Jetta would fit comfortably in these spots.
Right. Thank you.
Any further questions, panel members? Okay, Mr. Pereira, not seeing any other questions. Anything you want to add that's not in the submissions before we make a decision on this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I think our application is pretty self-explanatory. I'm available to answer any questions that committee may have.
All right, we don't have any other questions, so we're going to take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward application, and I thought the applicant's explanation as to the reason was quite satisfactory. I don't see this as being a negative impact on either the residents of the condo or the surrounding area. I'd like to move approval of this application with no conditions.
I don't know, Mr. Bayat and Ms. Chan, you both put your hands up at exactly the same time. Who wants to second it?
I'll leave it to Ms. Chan.
Okay.
I leave it to you.
All right, so the motion is to approve the application, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Chan. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously, right? Mr. Bayat, you're in favor. Okay. Item number 6. 10 Westview Boulevard.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. 10 Westview Boulevard. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the property, covering letter from the agent, covering letter from the applicants, a chart of comparable applications in the surrounding area from the agent, and forestry is asking for condition number 1. I do not show any opposition speakers on this one. Do we have the agent on the line?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. It's Michael Taylor. I'm with Taylor Design Services, and I'm representing the owners.
Good morning. Panel members, we have
Good morning.
We have 3 variances before us. I don't think we need a presentation. Any of you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Bayat.
Just a quick one with regard to the second floor balcony. I wasn't easily able to identify whether there was any screening required. Perhaps the agent could just direct me to if any screening is required or if screening is being offered.
We haven't. The balcony is rear facing and is the rear of the property faces an apartment building, which is quite a distance away because there are trees at the back of the property. And on the north side, it faces into an empty backyard. So we hadn't proposed any screening.
Thank you.
Any further questions, panel members? Mr. Taylor, I'm not seeing any more questions. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we take this into committee to make a decision?
I just had one question about the forestry condition. It asked for a permit to injure or remove a tree. We're not proposing anything with the trees. We're not removing, we're not damaging, we're not injuring any trees. So I just wondered what that condition was for.
Okay, I'm going to pass this to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
Through the chair. Urban Forestry reviews all applications on the agenda. They have imposed this condition as part of the clearance of this condition for your building permit. If these issues have been resolved, discuss it directly with Urban Forestry, and they will provide a clearance.
Okay.
All right. Anything else you want to bring to our attention?
Not me, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're in committee. Ms. Chan.
I think this I looked through all the material. I think this application is very reasonable, and what they're asking for is just 3 variances, and then not a lot. It's a slight increase. So I think these are minor, and I'm not too concerned with this the second floor balcony because of the size. It's actually very small. It will be maybe 1 or 2 people occasionally will step out. So I will move for approval with forestry condition number 1.
Okay, so Mr. Bayat seconds, so motion to approve, including forestry number 1, moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 7. Okay, just a second here. Okay, item number 7, 33 Belhaven Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a map, chart, and photographs of comparable applications in the area from the agent. We have 5 form letters in support. It includes the adjacent neighbor at number 31. And I'm showing 2 speakers, 1 in support and 1 expressing interest. Okay, do we have all the speakers? Which one do you have?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe we have Francois on the line.
Okay, thanks. And you've tried to reach the other one? Yeah, thank you. Okay, do we have the agent then?
Yes, good morning. This is Brian O'Brien. I'm the architect for Sam and Melissa Sia at 33 Belhaven.
Okay, before I go to questions, sir, I'm just going to go to the speaker. It's a speaker in support. And then I'll come back to you.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, thanks. You got Francois?
Francois, you.
Hello, Francois here.
Hi, good morning. You're in
I'm just in the.
You're in support?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. And
yeah, I'm just here for interest.
Okay, great. Can you just state your address for the record and anything else you want to say, and then I'll go back to the agent.
The address is 36 Belhaven.
Okay.
And I've reviewed the application, and I have met the residents at 33 Belhaven previously, and just like a large number of other neighbors, we're in support of their project.
Okay, thank you for coming out. I'm going to go back to the agent again, and once you have Mr. O'Brien, panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? No? Mr. O'Brien, are you there?
Yes.
We don't have any questions. We're ready to take this into committee for a decision. Is there anything you'd like to add that's not in the submissions before we go into committee?
No, Madam Chair, I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, panel members, Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. First off, I actually thought this was a rather attractive addition. I thought it was a unique style and design given the really rather large side yards that this property has. So compliments to the architect. And we really only have 2 very, very minor variances before us. And as you pointed out, the neighbors seem to be overwhelmingly in support of this one. So I think it's a supportable application. There are no conditions, and I would move approval.
Mr. Bayat seconds. So motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 8, 64 Rose Park Drive. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 4 photographs of trees on the property, not showing any speakers other than the agent. Do we have the agent on the line?
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Okay, Hello again. Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Dome? Doesn't appear that the members have any questions, so anything you want to add before we go into committee to make a decision on this one?
Yes, this is a very straightforward application. The owners are simply replacing an existing rooftop deck over the attached garage. The wood was rotting, the deck needed to be replaced. Variance number 3 for the deck area is entirely consistent with the previous deck area, and the side yard setback variances are minor at only 0.02 meters from the bylaw and will have no adverse impacts over the as-of-right distance. And the dwelling and the deck are set further back from the street than the neighboring dwellings, so that most of the deck is actually set behind the front main wall of number 62. And while number 66 on the other side has a mirror image configuration to the subject dwelling, and there is no front yard setback encroachment requested. There are also a number of other dwellings in the immediate area with similar front second-story decks. Planning has no objections to the application. There are no neighbors opposed, and overall we feel this application is quite reasonable and minor in nature, and I'd be happy to answer any further questions if you do have.
Yes.
Okay,
Chair?
Yeah, Ms. Chan, do you have a question or?
Yes, I have a quick one.
Okay.
Yeah, it just how. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. How long this deck has been in existence?
12 years.
12 years. Okay, thank you. Yeah. That's a long time.
Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I see from the photos that it's currently a wood structure, and you mentioned that it's falling apart. It looked like from your site plan they're replacing it with glass. Is that your intention?
That's correct.
I actually think in this instance that would be an improvement. From a sort of a streetscape facade perspective, and I don't think there'd be, given it's in the front, I don't think there'd be any overlook issues.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, we're ready to go into committee. There are no further questions. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Mr. Dome, are you there? Or did I lose you? Are you there, Mr. Dome, or?
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Oh, no worries. Okay, so anything else you want to add? We're ready to make a decision on this one.
Nothing else to add.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Bayat?
I think this is a very straightforward application. And at first I was a little puzzled, but when I recognized that the rooftop terrace is in the front of the house and it's quite well sandwiched between the other two properties, I think this is quite reasonable. So I'd like to move approval, and
Okay, and do I have a seconder for this? Okay, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Ms. Chan. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, so I've declared a conflict on the next item, which is 87 Wiley Avenue. Mr. Clay is going to take over the chair, and staff emailed you the communications we have before us. Did you get it? If not, can you read it? Mr. Clay, if it's easier, the Deputy Secretary Treasurer can read it for you. Does that help?
I just got it, Chair.
Okay, so you have it? Okay, I'm going to leave it to the two of you to sort out, but if not, then I have it here for the Deputy Secretary Treasurer to read.
Okay, John, is it John?
Colin.
Colin. How about Colin? I'll start, and if I miss, you can fill in the blanks, okay?
Through the chair, that's fine.
Okay.
Colin, has the chair removed herself?
Yes, the chair is removed. Well, she's left.
Thank you.
She's left the room. Sorry.
That's great. Application number 9 is 87 Wiley Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front porch, a 2nd-story front balcony, a rear 1st-story deck, and a rear 3rd-story rooftop deck, and also to permit the front yard parking space. We have materials including floor plans, site plans, but we also have a covering letter from the agent. We have an arborist report, including a tree protection plan. We have a report from forestry. We have, it looks like 3 pieces of correspondence in opposition from adjacent neighbors. One includes a detailed analysis and presentation. We also, in the supplementary, received a planning report dated April 24th, which is recommending refusal of this application. So, can I get the agent, please?
Good morning, Sean Galbraith, planner, and here on behalf of the application.
Thank you, Mr. Galbraith. Colin, do we have speakers lined up?
Through the chair, there are 2 speakers that are registered to speak.
Okay, we have 2 speakers. So, Mr. Galbraith, I'm going to ask you to do a presentation, but I did want to confirm first off that you've received planning's report.
Yes, I have.
Was dated. Okay.
Yep, I've reviewed it. Oh.
Mr. Chair, can
Yes, sir. Can
I make a point before you start? That in the planning report, they in the supplemental material, it recommend refusal, but also if you read the comments, they also offer the choice of deferral so that they can work through the application.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to mention.
I did see that, and I'm assuming Mr. Galbraith saw that as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir, and I've discussed that with my clients. They have already made some changes to the proposal, and there's a reference to those in the revised variances in my letter to the committee. Unfortunately, they're not able to entertain any additional changes that would satisfy planning. So they'd like to go forward.
Okay, thank you. So I'll need you to give us a presentation no longer than 5 minutes, please.
Sure. Thank you very much, committee. So what is before you today is, frankly, a pretty standard style 3-story house in Toronto with a front step back on the 3rd floor and a rear setback on the 3rd floor as well. The proposed house, the rear wall lines up with its southerly neighbor, doesn't project beyond it, and also doesn't go as deep as the bylaw would permit. If I could ask the cover letter be brought up, please. So this is a photograph of the house. Again, currently it has a side drive. There will no longer be a side driveway in the proposed development. There's proposed to be front parking, which is extremely common on this street. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to visit the site, but front parking is the norm in this neighborhood, including a significant number of licensed front parking spaces, including the neighboring property. If you could scroll down, please. So the variances that are proposed to be modified, perhaps we can reference that. The first is the permitted height of the building. We're proposing to revise it down to 9.42 meters. There's corresponding height bylaw or height variance under the old bylaw. That will be revised down to 9.52 meters. They calculate height slightly differently, so there's a slight discrepancy there. And then the sidewall height would be reduced down to 9.42 meters as well. It's a flat roof design. And then also the rear third floor balcony, the area of it is proposed to be revised down to 13.02 square meters. And that's achieved by adding additional planters on the sides and pulling in the balcony railing to reduce the usable size of the deck. With regards to, so staff primarily, I think, had an issue with the sidewall height variance. If you could, sorry, Deputy, if the letter could be scrolled down to page 4 of the letter that's on the screen. It shows, there we go, thank you. So this shows the location and the extent of the sidewall height variance. This house is proposed to be a multi-generational house with 3 generations living in it. And both of the owners work from home, and so they need each have an own private office space, and that's what the third floor is intended to be. To get rid of this variance, it would have to have a sort of a gabled roof on the sides, but I don't believe that this actually generates much in the way of actual impacts, because the amount of wall that is subject to the variance is fairly contained and constrained by the short depth of the house and by the front and rear setbacks. And again, as I'm sure the committee has seen this style of house many times in Toronto, this is kind of the style and what the zoning bylaw, at least in the R zone, encourages the form to be, specifically to minimize, I'm not sure what happened there, specifically to minimize shadow and massing impacts. As you can see, so on the middle graphic, the front of the house is on the left and the rear of the house is on the right. It's well set in from the front and rear walls. And I think that if the variance was eliminated and the front and rear balconies, which are not required, were eliminated, the impact, I think, could be more significant. I think that's the main issue, I believe, that planning had. I'm happy to listen to the comments from neighbors. There have already been discussions, is my understanding, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Galbraith. Maybe we could hold questions for the agent until after we hear from the folks in opposition. Can we have the first speaker, please? Hello?
We're just trying to get Joanne on the line.
Yeah, hi.
Hello?
Yep, I got no, yep. So what's the question? I got no question.
Before we start, can you give us your name and address, please?
My name is Joanne, and I'm the
Sorry, Joanne, your last name?
Ying, Y-I-N-G.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have 2 Joannes on the line, and I'll get the other one.
Yeah, sorry, I'm actually on the list of number 14.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll get to you in a moment. I think we've pushed the wrong button. Just hang tight.
Joanne?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Could you give us your name and address, please?
Certainly. Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Joanne Hayes, and I'm the owner and resident of 89 Wiley Avenue, the property immediately north of the subject property.
Great, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. As the committee members have had the opportunity to review my pre-filings, my letter and accompanying table, I will not repeat all those submissions. There are no properties on this block or abutting blocks with the height and sidewall height being requested and no third floors, although I do recognize that third floors are not prohibited. I've had the chance to review the letter from Mr. Galbraith of April 19th. Although they proposed changes to 2 of the variances, the result of those changes does not sufficiently address my concerns with respect to the application, overall height, sidewall height, and third floor rear platform size being the major concerns. The height and sidewall height reduction, when looked at together, does not result in a built form that is in line with the prevailing character of the block, the immediate context, or the broader context. With the reduction being proposed, only 1 additional property, as shown in the table I provided, would now be added from that reduction, and that property is on the other west side of Donlands, which I submit is not in the immediate context. The reduction in the size of the third floor rear deck will make no change to the physical massing from the vantage point of the neighbors from that of the original proposal. Although the floor area of the deck has been reduced and planters added, the footprint still takes up the entire rooftop from the south to north edge with privacy panels remaining on the wall edge, with the resulting massing negating any perceived positives from insetting the rear at the third floor. Strictly from a meter squared perspective, 139 and 221 Donlands would have similar sized decks as now proposed, but at the second floor level. Again, these decks are not the prevailing character of the immediate or broader context, where decks are not a dominant feature and not at the requested size. My concerns, as outlined in page 2 of my letter, regarding direct impacts on my property remain: massing due to heights, location of massing, and impacts of third story, impacts on sunlight, and location of the window on the north side of the proposed building. My submissions with respect to the analysis of other approvals regarding height, sidewall height, platform, rooftop deck, and FSI remain with the notations of the additional properties I noted earlier. It is my submission that the neighborhood's policy as quoted in my submission is clear. When the application is viewed against those policies, it is my view that the intent and purpose of the official plan is not met. It is my view that massing and scale of the building, if approved, would represent overbuilding on the lot and would not be in line with the prevailing character of the neighborhood in the immediate or broader context, and would have a negative impact on adjacent properties. It is my submission that the variances are not minor, do not meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan or zoning bylaw, and are not desirable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panel. Any questions of the speaker? I don't see you guys, so I'm assuming if I don't hear from you, you're okay. Okay, Colin, is there any other speakers?
Through the chair, there's one more speaker, Berenice Goff.
Hello.
Hi there. Good morning, everybody. My name is Bernice Goff, and I'm the owner and resident of 86 Wiley Avenue, which is directly across the street on the west side of the street from the property. I submitted my concerns, I guess it was last week or the week before. So I'm not going to read through them. I think they're fairly clear. I think that we already have that, what appears to be the largest property on the street, and in that context, a fairly large structure can be put up without variances. But I'm concerned that a combination of the number of variances, the massing, the height, the 3 floors will be overwhelming. And from my understanding, I don't think it meets the test of being minor within the neighborhood, nor does it maintain the characteristics of the neighborhood. So those are my objections.
Great, thank you very much. Panel, any questions of the speaker? Okay, can we go back? I think that's it, is it, Colin?
Through the chair, that's correct. We'll put the applicant on the line for rebuttal.
Great. Can we go back to Mr. Galbraith?
Thank you very much. In my opinion, this house is quite sensitively designed for its context. Again, it doesn't go back. It's only 14 and change meters deep when 17 meters is permitted as of right. That's a significant cutback in what could be done. The massing, while appreciating that there are variances required, the massing really does take into account its neighbors and is stepping back quite a considerable amount from the front and rear. The size of the deck is just simply a function of the third floor being cut back, and that's just how much space above the second floor remains. Reducing the size of the third floor deck at the rear would be either a function of cutting down its area by planters, which is proposed, or by making the third floor larger, which I don't think is the preferred design solution. It's true that there isn't a lot of third floor or three-story houses on this immediate neighborhood, or immediate block, but there are certainly in the neighborhood, and the proposed variances do not set a new sort of high water mark. It's well within the variances that have been approved in the neighborhood already. I think that was the gist of the comments. I'm happy to answer any additional questions the panel has.
Great. Thank you very much. Panel, questions?
Yes, I have a few here.
Okay, go ahead, Yen.
Yes. I'd like to ask a couple of questions. First of all, with the front yard parking, I wonder, have you received any comments from transportation? That's the first question concerning that. The second is it going to be a licensed spot if you got approval? Yeah, these are the two questions for the parking. And I have a couple of questions concerning other things, yeah.
Transportation has had no comments on this application. I think they recognize that this is part of the character of the street. There are two variances for parking. One is the space, and one is a slight reduction in the width of the space for a portion of it. Transportation has had no concerns with this application so far, and the intent would be that it would be a licensed spot if possible.
Okay, and also when I look at your survey plan, the existing driveway now is about 4 meters wide. Is it which is? Are you going to keep it that wide, or your parking spot is going to be narrower? Right? It's only going to be 2.5.
Correct. Yes, the parking pad will be will be 2.631 meters wide at sort of the front, and then it narrows slightly to 2.58 adjacent to the house itself, which is one of the variances. So it'll be considerably narrower than the existing driveway.
Yes. Thank you. I'm a little bit, a couple of things that you have reduced the rooftop terrace. Do you have a revised plan showing? Because you have mentioned some planting, and I just do not have that information. Yeah.
Unfortunately, so I was brought into this project fairly late in the game. The architect had a fairly significant medical emergency and is unable to actually use her computer. So I haven't been able to actually get revised drawings. For the balcony, in my report, I sort of sketched it out, what that would look like. It would be on page, the last page of my report, or my letter. But just simply because I haven't been able to get a revised set of drawings, unfortunately. We would be tying the the drawings would be constrained by the variances themselves.
Yes, I understand, but I think that it's a good idea to tie it to some revised plan if you were going to get approval. But the other question is also a little bit confusing. Maybe it's a mistake on your drawings A10. It's actually is what we're looking at, right? It's the rear elevation. But on your drawing, the title is side elevation. That's not a side elevation, right? That one, yeah.
Oh yes, you are correct. Yeah, the architect had a typo
because I'm
there.
trying to look at the deck, how you
I can see
revise
that being
it and
confusing.
where the plants. Will the plant? I'm so sorry. Yeah, will the plant will be on both sides of the deck?
That is correct.
Okay.
On the last page of my covering letter, I've sort of sketched it out.
Oh, okay.
There we go. So this includes 2 foot wide planters on either side, and then
Okay, that's clear. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
there you go.
And then you reduce the blue side is
Moving the railing in setting the
bring
railing.
the railing in. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Zahir, any questions or comments? I can't see you.
Yeah, I do take plannings or any of the other bodies at the city, their comments quite seriously. And the fact that planning has recommended refusal, and I recognize that the agent, you've made some adjustments, some changes, but not fully compliant with what the city, what city planning is asking for. I always find that a little difficult to acknowledge that some changes have been made, but not sufficient to satisfy planning. I think that's what holds me back from suggesting that, yes, we can move forward with this particular piece. I also take into account your comments a few minutes ago about the fact that the architect, has had an unfortunate circumstance and you've taken over recently. So there's a bit of a challenge. I really do wonder why a deferral might not be a better option for you, so that changes can be made, adjustments can be made, drawings can be adjusted, and come forward with a fresh approach that meets all the requirements and satisfies, in particular, planning.
So the answer to that is, so planning provided their comments. So for example, they didn't like the front yard parking space. They wanted an integral garage. It's not something that the owners are interested in having, and certainly would be an anomaly on the street. And then the planning provided their what sidewall height that they would be looking for. And that the owners looked at it, and it would simply compromise the usability of the third floor too significantly. If you can see here, you've got the 2 offices there. Those would then be under a sloped roof on the sides. It unfortunately just compromises the usability of the space, and so they already know that there isn't a design solution that would work for them and would work for planning. Planning wanted a fairly significant sidewall height reduction.
Thank you.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Galbraith, before we go into committee to discuss this, could we just go back to the variances to make sure we and staff have captured all the changes that you are proposing today?
Mm-hmm.
Number 1 stays the same.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2?
2 changes.
Okay, can you share those?
Oh, sorry, it's on the screen.
Pardon me.
No problem.
So those are the changes we've already got? Okay, so
Yes,
then if we've already got them captured, just quickly run through them for us again.
So variance 2, the permitted height of the dwelling would would change to, or the proposed height of the dwelling would change to 9.42 meters. The side, 9.42 meters under the new bylaw, so variance 2, and variance 10 is the height under the old bylaw, which would change to 9.52, again, because the height is calculated differently. The sidewall height would also be proposed to be 9.42, and the third floor rear deck would change to 13.02 square meters.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, folks, we'll go into committee. Yep, go ahead.
Yes, I can start. I want to just respond to Ms. Byatt's comment. I did, of course, I take the planning report seriously too. I read through all the discussions that they're pointing out mainly 3 variants they like to have them revised or reduced. So I look at them. That's the front yard parking. And also, actually, in my opinion, the proposed parking space and by reducing the width of the existing driveway is an improvement. And the second thing they talk about, the front yard soft landscaping, is actually I'm not too sure why they will be so against it, because they're asking only 6% reduction from the requirement. And in terms of the rooftop deck, the applicant already make sufficient, substantial reduction of it. And with all that, I think what I'm trying to say is if we give them a deferral, I do not know whether the deferral will result in a significantly different plan from what is being proposed with the changes. So in this case, I actually think the applicant make sufficient attempt to satisfy the planning staff, and a deferral might only just result to what we are what they are proposing right now. Secondly, the exterior side wall height, I can see from the design is a sort of flat boxy design, and the side wall height is only focused of concentrated in the middle part, because the building is set back from both front and the back. And I think that is just a very small portion of the building is actually have that higher sidewalk height. And I can accept that as a minor variance. So I do not have reason to refuse this proposal.
Thanks, Jim. Zahir?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Yim. I take your point, Yim. However, I think that there's an opportunity to modify it and have the plans acceptable, so that it would be acceptable to all. So to take a different position, I think this is an opportunity for the agent and the owners to come up with a slightly different approach, be more amenable.
Yes. I do agree. Yes, I thought about that too. I do agree, and I thought maybe if we're going to vote for it, I would like to tie it to they have to submit a revised a set of drawings to reflect all these changes. That is my condition. But I would like to listen to others too, of course. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is I will answer for the applicant, but I'm not going to why they do not take up deferral. Maybe it's timing, because summer is coming, and they might want to have to start the work sooner. This is my guess. I'm not trying to put an answer for him. Okay.
Through the chair, it's Colin Ramdale, Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Can I make a couple of statements?
Please do.
So Two items. First off, in terms of the applicant has already expressed that they do not want a deferral, right? So
Correct.
the two options the committee has is to either approve it, or like either approve it with no conditions or with conditions, or refuse it, right? In terms of panel member Tran's suggestion that it be tied to plans, you do not have plans currently before you to be able to tie those plans to, right? So,
Correct.
So I'm just a word of caution. Okay.
That's great. Thanks very much.
Yeah, that's why I'm sort of asking for a revised set of drawings that reflecting the because you make revisions of the agenda of the list of variances. Yeah.
However, that it's to the set, like it's no one will be able to clear those for any condition that's put on. It needs to be cleared by a division, and in this case, there is no division to clear it because the panel is imposing this condition, right? So it would.
Okay, so maybe I can ask to include that sketch that in his cover letter that actually have some dimensions and draw. And it's a graphic representation of the revision on the balcony size, right?
Those aren't proper. Those are proper plans.
I can include that. No, they're not proper plans, but
I think in this instance, Colin's made it clear that we have some challenges with if we were to approve this tied to plans. But Zahir wants to make a point.
Thank you, Chair. Given the complexities that Treasury Secretary just made. It's going to become more complicated. So we do have an option, either approve or refuse. And I'd like to, at this point, if you're okay, Mr. Chair, to move a motion to refuse.
I wonder, before you do that, I haven't had a chance to weigh in on this one, Zahir, if you maybe a couple of comments.
Sure.
I don't necessarily, thank you. I don't necessarily always agree with planning staff. Sometimes there are mitigating circumstances that the panel takes into consideration. In this instance, I actually do agree with planning staff's report. I think the applicant was given the opportunity to defer this and have further discussions, to which the applicant has declined that offer, which is always a bit of jeopardy. I also read the detailed presentation material by one of the opposers, which I thought was extremely comprehensive and in many ways reinforced what planning was telling us with respect to this proposal and its relationship to the street and the surrounding area. And while on the surface of it, some of these variances don't necessarily appear to be large, I think in context, given the nature of the street and the nature of the neighborhood, I would agree with planning's observations that this particular proposal, as currently constructed, doesn't necessarily reflect the prevailing character of the neighborhood and the prevailing urban and building form. So for those reasons, I would agree with Zahir's position that at this particular time it's not supportable. I think the applicant might have done better had they chosen to take the planning staff's offer up to defer and continue to those discussions to reach a more amicable solution that might satisfy not only them, but the adjacent neighbors. So I will be supporting Zahir's motion. And I think you moved it. I will second it.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion from Zahir to refuse this application, seconded by myself. All those in favor?
Through the chair, for a point of clarification, refuse as amended, since the okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's true. It is an amended application. Thank you. So again, those in favor of the motion, Okay, those opposed? So the motion to refuse carries 2-1. Thank you all. If you can get the chair back in the room, guys.
Okay. So the next item is item number 10. Just give me a second because my computer shut itself off. Okay, the next item is item number 10, 122 Highbourne Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, received April 5th and 25th, a revised zoning waiver, 6 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, covering letter from a different agent, tree protection plan prepared by HSK Design Inc. I have email correspondence from planning, development, transportation services. They don't have any concerns. Forestry's asking for condition number 2. And correspondence in opposition from Mr. Flett, who's a solicitor representing owners and occupants of 113, 115, 116, 117, 118, 120, 121, 123, 124, and 125 Highbourne Road. And I believe, sorry, just have to re-acclimatize myself here. Okay, so I'm showing 2 speakers, including the solicitor on this file.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's actually 3 speakers.
Does that include the owners?
I'm sorry, you're correct. There's 2.
Okay, thanks. All right, do we have the agent on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here.
Okay, if you can identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Surush Kalusian. I'm from HSK Design, and I'll be the agent for this application.
Okay, before I have you do a presentation, are you making revisions? I believe I read some things in a covering letter that you're revising variance number 1 to read 19.43. Variance number 2 you're deleting, is that correct? And is there anything else?
That is correct, and there's no other changes.
Okay, so you're formally amending the application this morning then? Right, because I have to...
Yes, I submitted.
Yeah, I know you submitted it, but I have to go by what the notice was that went out. So just for the record, those are the revisions. Variance 1, 19.43 meters, which is the length, and then you're deleting variance number 2, which is the depth variance.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we do have opposition speakers. If I could ask you to do a presentation no more than 5 minutes, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'll keep it short. So I just want to mention a few words about my clients. My clients have been a member of this community for almost 15 years. They have been actually living on Highbourne Road this whole time. And recently they have plans in the near future to have their elderly parents also move in with them. And since they love this neighborhood, they decided to stay in the neighborhood and purchase this property at 122 Highbourne to build their final dream home that will accommodate their family needs. So when we decided to prepare the plans, and from the moment we applied to Committee of Adjustment, I had discussions with planning staff to make sure what we are proposing does not set any new precedent in the area, and it doesn't. As you know, planning staff has no objections to our proposal. Transportation Department has no objections to our proposal. We have already applied to forestry and going through the proper channels for forestry. And we believe what we are proposing meets the characteristic of the neighborhood, and that the variances we have in front of us are truly minor in nature. I won't say much more. The variances are pretty clear. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions the committee might have. I do want to just mention about the 3 letters of support that we've also been posted. Just want to make sure the committee has that.
I don't have them. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, did you receive support letters for item 10? Because I don't show anything in my notes. And if so, can you give us the addresses?
Through the chair, the form letters of support were included in the late submissions materials that were sent yesterday. I can get you the addresses.
I must have missed it then.
The form letters of support are from 27 McLean Avenue.
Okay.
My apologies.
It's not in the supplemental.
My apologies. I do not have any. I do not have any.
Okay.
Confirmation of those letters of support.
Okay, so we do not have those letters of support, so they came in. They must have come in really late. So,
Madam Chair, yes, I sent it in at the same time that we sent in the revised drawings. So the addresses for the letters of support are from 173 Highbourne, 122 Highbourne, and 177B Highbourne.
okay. All right.
Through the chair, we do have them. We'll put them up on the screen.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clay?
Chair, before we proceed to the other speakers, I wonder if I could ask the agent a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I noticed that your the plans that you've submitted don't include detailed floor plans. And I can only speak for myself, but I always find that to be a bit of a challenge when I can't see how the internal structure of the proposed dwelling looks, particularly in relation to, windows or patios or other features. In this case, a 2-story, but from the road actually looks like it might actually be a 3-story. So why didn't you submit detailed floor plans?
Yes, Larry, we actually did submit the detailed floor plans originally, but then my client approached me, and for safety and security reasons, didn't want the public to know necessarily their whole floor plan and their layout of their home. So they had asked me to color that in. If that's an issue for the committee, I mean, I don't mind. We can show the plans at this point for the hearing, but we just didn't want to.
No, I was just going to say you can't show the plans because, as you know, we're not into a hybrid model yet or an in-person model. So anything that staff doesn't have, we actually can't show it on the screen now. But I did read in your covering letter that you concealed the interior layout for privacy reasons, which I guess you've just elaborated on. But yeah, unfortunately, we can't share it now.
But it does, Chair, it does put us at a bit of a disadvantage in reviewing the proposal. That's just the point that I make. I don't know if my colleagues agree, but for me, anyways, I find.
Yeah.
If I click the revised plan, if you scroll down, the first few plans are blocked, but then if you scroll down further, there actually some floor plans that you can see. More. Go down more. Oh, but in my package, they actually have 4 plans after the revised plan.
So you're looking at the superseded plans? Is that the one
maybe, it's the superseded plan, yeah.
Okay.
You must have the secret plans because I don't think I have that.
Yeah, it's all there. Yeah.
Can you go to the superseded plans, please? Because when I scroll down, there are floor plans in here also. The one below it, like.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't look at the superseded plan.
Okay. No, if you click right, yeah, there. Oh, you're frozen? Okay, sorry, the staff screen's frozen, that's why we can't show them right now. So Larry, you see them?
So I do see them. So are those changed at all in the revised plans, or are those basically what you're proposing?
Yes, I mentioned it in my cover letter. There are no changes to the plans.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, before I ask you to do a presentation, because I do have two speakers, the solicitor representing a number of homeowners that I outlined at the start, as well as another resident. You are speaking on behalf of the homeowners, correct, Mr. Kalustian?
Yes, I am.
All right, so we're going to start the clock now, so go ahead, no more than 5 minutes, please.
Madam Chair, I did give a brief summary explanation. The presentation, are you looking from me and to go in more detail over the changes that we did or the floor plan?
So basically, okay, can you guys stop the clock and we'll reset it? So basically the procedure is that when we have objection speakers, we ask the applicant or the agent to do a presentation. Basically, we don't need you to, we know what the variances are. We need you to basically tell people why you need these variances and you know, why you're here. So that's more or less what we're looking for. And then we go to the opposition, and then I'll have you back to answer questions.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, so we're going to restart the clock now. Okay, before I do that, is there anything you want staff to put up on the screen right now?
Yeah, I mean, they can put up the site plan on the screen for reference.
Okay, so if staff can put up the site plan if your screen's not still frozen. Okay, give us a second, and once they get that up, then if you go ahead and you have 5 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Committee and Madam Chair. So I just want to go over the variances. The variance number 1, which we already mentioned, has been reduced. I just want to make a note that that building length is actually going to the rear portion of the jogget, which is a breakfast nook. And this is a 1-story rear portion that's sticking out. So the actual 2 full storied wall is at a 17.6 meter depth. So I just wanted to make that clear that this is for that little breakfast nook that we have proposed in the back. In regards to the FSI, I've spoken with planning staff. We have gone through precedents in the area. We are definitely nowhere near the precedent set in the area for the FSI. In regards to item number 4, the front yard setback, we've actually kept the existing front yard setback of the existing home. And the existing has this current front setback that we are proposing. Item number 5, in regards to the driveway that measures to 4.61 meters in width is actually the current width of the driveway on the property. Coming to item number 6, this is in regards to a landing on the side of the house, which is shown on the site plan that comes out of the mudroom. It's a landing, and it ramps down towards the front and towards the rear of the house. So that triggered a variance.
Okay.
And I think that's sort of going over the variances. I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee has.
Okay, well, what we're going to do now is we're going to go to the opposition, and then you'll have 5 minutes to rebut to any questions, and at that time, members will ask questions also. Okay, so do I have Mr. Flatt on the line?
Good morning again, Madam Chair. It's Ian Flood. I represent, as you indicated, 16 individuals, over 10 households between 113 and 125 Highbourne. And also want to point out that we represent the owners and occupants of 120 and 124 on either side of the subject site. I had a set of prepared notes.
Sorry,
I'll take the free time.
No, go ahead.
I do have my presentation prepared, but I want to begin with a very alarming revelation, and that is that, and I think Mr. Clay had put it perfectly, the committee appears to have what to me are now secret plans before it. I'll just remind the committee that the Planning Act, Section 1.0.1, requires that information material that is required to be provided to a municipality or approval authority under this act shall be made available to the public. We have not seen the plans that show the floor plate. As I scroll through the copies of the plans that I downloaded from the Application Information Center, none of them show the internal layout. And so you can appreciate, and I think it doesn't take an expert or a lawyer to know this, that if you have material in front of you that the public does not have, that is highly inappropriate and a very, very big problem. Into my substantive remarks. The first is that in the last 24 hours, we've received new plans, still edited without the floor plates, a waiver so going from a zoning notice to a waiver, and 3 form letters. The applicant has just not taken this process seriously. You now have a change of the proposed structure. In fact, the plans that were being referred to just now were not even the superseded plans. The change of the proposed structure brings that so-called breakfast nook back by about ½ a meter. And you'll notice on the site plan that there are 3 pillars at that depth and at that length, indicating there are 2 pillars that indicate a desire for coverage over the south side. And then there's the pillar appears on the site plan, but not on other plans. So our submission to the tribunal and to the committee is that, in fact, the depth of this building is going to be perceived as being out of character with the area, even with the now late change that is being provided. We would submit that there have been no submissions from the applicant in respect of what impact this will have on the physical character of the area. This is a unique application that does propose a building that is quite large. And of course, it begs the question of how do you propose a building so big with such a small FSI of 0.74? And I agree with the applicant, 0.74 is very likely within the range of approvals in that area. However, what you have is a 3-story built form from the exterior that is only 2 stories. So there are only 2 inferences from this fact. First, either the building is extremely inefficient by having so much massing with so little habitable space. And we know that efficiency in compact built form is one of the planning objectives in Ontario, or that this is simply setting the stage for a future application for a 3rd story. And you see from the plans that 3rd non-story for now is 3 meters high, and so certainly provides for ample opportunity for a 3rd story habitable space. And that is something that should be examined at this point. We refer to applications that set up further applications as piecemeal development, as I indicated in my correspondence. And piecemeal development is just not the way things ought to be done. It is not policy-led, and it's just not an appropriate way to plan for the growth of the city by taking things by tiny increments over time. If that's what they want, they should ask for the whole thing now and see if that meets the 4 tests. We're also concerned about the parking, and this has not been raised at all at this point, but you'll notice that the parking pad variance would provide for a pad that can provide 2 cars in tandem, 2 cars side by side. And as you become familiar with the area, and I don't know if you visited the site, it is not uncommon for cars to be parked on the front yards in this area, or in the front space in this area. Many of the homes do have rear yard garages, but those instances where there are 2 cars parked on a lot, you find them parked in line. It's only one other lot where you have 2 cars side by side. I'd also note that this variance would allow for an impermeable heated asphalt pad, which is contrary, I think, to some of the objectives that this committee has been very concerned with. There's also the removal of a mature tree, so compounding the issue of the impermeable surface and the impact that this application will have on the area. We recommend that the tribunal refuse the application, and if not refuse, then defer it for further consultation. We will reiterate our request here that if you decide to make your decision today, that you provide reasons for that decision in accordance with the committee's rules 1.2 and the Statutory Powers and Procedures Act subsection 17.1 and the Planning Act subsection 45.8.1. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flett. Ms. Chan, you have a question of the speaker?
Yes, I have a question to Mr. Flett. Yeah, so you said that you have never seen the superseded plans until just now, right?
I have not seen them at all.
Not at all, okay. So it means that no one else except this panel have that information.
Unfortunately, that appears to be the case.
And even Larry could not find it, but
I've done.
yes,
That's
it's
a pretty
written
low
under
bar,
the
though,
superseded.
No,
Yeah,
thank you, Madam
okay.
Member.
I
But
just
in
want
fact, I've
to know-
downloaded both versions of plans, and neither of them show a floor plan. And I scrolled right through to the bottom as you had.
I just also want to know the comment that the applicant made is that is due to privacy reason. In this case, what do you plan? What you're proposing consider to be private better? Or? I don't know whether I made myself clear, but I just thought that since they already submitted the superseded plans, that become a public material, right?
Well, I mean, we can get into the nuts and bolts of what is required to be provided to the committee and how the committee makes its decisions. But the first principle, and what I said at the beginning, is there should not be secret evidence. This is an open proceeding, and if you have before you evidence that the public does not have, that's outrageous. And that alone is a reason to either defer or refuse this application. But I would also add that applicants sign a form indicating that they know full well that what they're going to be providing is a public document. And they ought to be aware of what the Planning Act says, that any material that's being made available for a public process ought to be available to the public. So if you have a privacy concern, you're going to have to park that at the gate. That's what it is when you're seeking the application. My other observation is that, it's not uncommon for there to be minor changes within the floor plan of a building. The last thing is that I mean I can understand what's so unique about this home that doesn't exist in other homes. And that's the part that what in terms of residential uses are you asking for privacy about? That the public ought not to know where your bedrooms are compared to your bathrooms, that the public ought not to know where your family room is compared to your library. This is the only thing that we have is the garage, and that's the strange part, is that they did still provide the garage outline for a garage that provides for the parking of 2 cars. With a lift, so an enormous 3 meter tall garage door. So it's very problematic. And of course, for our point of view in reviewing the plans, it's impossible to test the FSI calculation. Generally, we put faith into what the zoning notice and what the zoning examiner is going to come up with, but the public ought to be able to test those things and see for themselves what is calculated as part of the gross floor area and what is not. But not to belabor the point, there can't be secret evidence in front of the committee that's not available to the public.
Okay, to that point, just some clarification, and I'll defer to my Deputy Secretary Treasurer. My understanding is that only windows and doors are required to be shown for it to be a complete submission. And then the second item is, I believe that the superseded plans were on the AIC. I'm not sure when they were put up there, but perhaps my Deputy Secretary Treasurer can clarify.
Through the chair, I want to clarify the superseded plans were taken off the Application Information Center for public viewing. They were taken off. The revised plans are, however, online for public viewing.
And also, can you also confirm, as for the complete submission, are full floor plans required or just windows and doors?
Through the chair, under our submission requirements, floor plans under our application submission requirements, 1 drawing per page indicating the existing and proposed windows and entrances. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any more questions for Mr. Flett? Okay.
Madam Chair, that doesn't solve the problem. Even though it's a required submission, it doesn't solve the problem that the committee has evidence before that the
No,
public does
and
not.
I'm not
And that-
disputing what you're saying, Mr. Flett. I just wanted to to put it out there that that's the requirement. Now, how it's perceived, then that's a whole different issue here, but that's the requirement for the city. That's all.
Right, but once someone has put the evidence before the committee, that evidence has to be available to everyone. This is like going to a court and saying that there's secret testimony or secret evidence that only the judge sees that no one else sees. It's the same thing.
Okay, understood. So there are no more questions for Mr. Flett, panel members? I'm not seeing any. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee.
Okay, if I can now have Ms. McIntyre.
Oh, hi, it's actually Mr. McIntyre, but I'm here only for interest. That's okay, I'm a property owner on the street. I'm here only for interest.
Okay, so
And it's
you don't
in my request, in my request, I was asked to clarify that, and I said I'm only here for interest.
Okay, well, so there's nothing else you want to say now that you've been listening?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Okay, if we can go back to the agent then.
Hi, Madam Chair and committee members. Yeah, I was listening to Mr. Flett, and I mean, the focus that they had was about the interior layout. As we know, the interior layout is not a requirement for this application. And if we were hiding something, we wouldn't have sent the original superseded sets for the committee to see. We would have shown a zero interior layout from the very beginning. Now, Mr. Flett still failed to actually explain for all the neighbors that they're representing what their actual concerns are. The concerns that I heard was about the overall massing and the driveway, and I'll get to that. But before I do, I want to let the committee know that my clients are very neighborly. In fact, they've made more than one attempt to meet with the neighbors. On April 8th, they sent out a mass email to a lot of the neighbors that are listed in Mr. Flett's representative list. And only one or two actually responded back showing some interest in consulting. The rest didn't respond, and they did not want anything to do with them until the hearing date. So I just wanted to make that clear. Now, in regards to a potential third story, the massing, I mean, we don't have any height variances. We don't have any side setback variances. We obviously, if we were going to propose a third story, we probably would have done that from the very beginning, given that third stories are allowed in this area in the bylaw. And the FSIs that have been approved in the area, we probably would have been wanted to. So our intention is not to do that. Our second floor ceilings do have coffered ceilings leading to skylights, which leave minimal room for any attic space if we wanted. So that's not our intention. In regards to the parking, it's a one-car parking space. It's considered a 1.5. You can't fit 2 cars in there. The existing driveway width, we've maintained. We've only added a walkway leading up to the steps. We are not triggering any softscape percentage by doing that. And I think those were the 2 points that Mr. Flett brought up, so I have nothing else to say.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Bayat.
Yeah, this is just related to the driveway. On the site plan, the driveway is indicated as heated asphalt. Would your client be amenable to the asphalt being permeable asphalt? Because I know we can introduce permeable asphalt so that there's better drainage.
I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't. In terms of the draining, like we're not passing the 50, the softscaping percentage. So if we
Yes,
did, I would
absolutely.
understand for permeable option, but in this case, we're not.
Yeah. Would they be amenable to it though?
Yes, they would be.
If it was added in as a condition? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, if you can just give me one moment. Okay, I'm sorry, members, I just was trying to get some clarification on something. So I just want you to be aware that the superseded plans, which are the plans that show the floor plans that Mr. Clay was, looking for, were removed from the AIC at the request of the applicant on April 6th, okay? Because of, as he cited, privacy concerns from his clients. So I just want you to know that that's why the superseded plans were removed from the AIC. Having said that, there's also, as staff confirmed, the city only requires doors and windows to be shown for it to be a complete application. But I just thought I should let everybody know, because this was a point raised by Mr. Flett also, that they were not online. And this is just the clarification I got for why.
Chair, just a further point of clarification. So they were removed on the, did you say April the 6th?
On April the 6th, they were removed from, so they're date stamped February 9th. So they've been on, and I'll get staff to clarify. So they were online for quite a bit of time, and at the request of the agent, they were removed from the AIC on April 6th.
That's what I was wondering. Had they been up on the AIC for several days, a few weeks, or something like that?
I think maybe to staff, any idea roughly how long they were actually on the AIC?
Through the chair, my understanding, they were received in February 9th, and they were taken down April the 6th.
So were they actually online from the Feb 9th then?
That's correct.
Okay. So from February 9th to April 6th, they were online. Okay. Anybody have any questions for the agent? All right. Let's take it into committee. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start off with just a couple of observations. Thank you for finding out about the issue of the floor plans. So to Mr. Flett's concerns, I do recognize that we're not a court of law, and that may be one distinction to keep in mind. As I look at the front particular design and some of the older homes, a lot of the older homes actually do have sort of attic style windows that were quite common within the roof structure. So the idea that somebody may do something in the future, I think, is a little bit of a moot point. What we have in front of us and what I have in front of me to look at is all the variances that are being requested with the amended variances that are before us. And I honestly cannot say that any of them are excessive. They all appear to be quite minor. And within the context of that neighborhood, this home doesn't seem to be completely out of place. So I do not see any issue with the application as presented.
Ms. Chan?
I actually have a little bit of trouble on this one because although you explain all this rule, which is new to me, because what we have always for so long, so many applications, they also floor plans and then the use of it's not about the layout, it's about the use of the property mainly. And I'm troubled because we're given all this information, we're so used to it, and you're telling us that it's actually beyond what we required. And also, it was taken out off the site April 6th, but then it's in line with this public notice. The public, I think, I'm not too sure when they received this notice, means that they are not given the floor plan information. And I do not understand why it have to withdraw in terms of getting support. I have trouble with because in the light of limiting the third party's appeal, and this also giving the public even less information. As committee on the panel, we are public figures too. We like to get information beyond what is the minimal requirement sometimes, right? So I actually find in that spirit the public is not being treated fairly in this case. And I do not think I can vote for the approval for it.
Just to your point, Ms. Chan, I would agree with you. I would be inclined to go for a deferral, to be honest, to give them a chance to have further discussions and then to actually, have discussions and show the full plans and try to resolve some of these issues and then come back. And that would be where I would be leaning. And Mr. Clay, I think you want to weigh in also.
Yeah, I think, I find, and I think my colleagues on the panel find having access to all floor plans is helpful in understanding the nature of the application, and as Jim points out, the use, particularly when there's balconies or other types of structures. In this case, there isn't, but notwithstanding that lack of transparency, I think, was a point that was raised by Mr. Flett on behalf of his clients. And I think in that regard, and I'm not too sure how much conversation was held between the applicant and the adjacent neighbors. It sounds like not a lot. So on the other hand, I take Zahir's point that the variances before us are, comparatively mild. These are large homes on large lots. They don't seem to be overly intrusive, but I think that giving the neighborhood, given the extent of opposition, giving the neighborhood the opportunity to review the floor plans might be helpful.
Sorry. Okay. I guess I'll need a motion. Ms. Chan.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can agree with you, and I will move a motion for deferral so that the applicant can hold more discussion and consultation with the neighbors.
Okay, do I have a seconder? So motion to defer, moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Clay. And this would give the and this is for the application as amended, Ms. Chan? Yim, as amended, okay. And this will give the applicant an opportunity to have conversations with the neighbors and perhaps go over the internal floor plans with all of them and come back hopefully without all the opposition of today, So that's seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. So the item's been deferred. Panel members, do you need a 5-minute break before we move on? Yes? Okay. So let's take a break
Thank you.
to 11:45. Okay, you guys ready? Not yet? Okay. Is it on? No? All right, item number 11, 10 Balsam Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised zoning notice received April 4th, a covering letter from the agent. Oh, I have to stop.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Zahir, can you hear me?
Larry, Zahir, can you guys hear me? No.
So here, can you hear me? If you can hear me, do a thumbs up. So here, Larry, can you hear me? If you can hear me, thumbs up. Okay, great, thank you.
Hi, you guys can hear me too? Okay. All right, the next item is item number 11, 10 Balsam Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised zoning notice received April 4th, a covering letter from the agent, as well as a previous decision affecting this property, an arborist report prepared by Urban Forest Associates, and presentation materials from the agent. Forestry is asking for condition number 2. Planning is asking for a condition permeable pavers on the driveway. We have 5 form letters in support. That includes the adjacent at number 12. And we have correspondence in opposition from number 28, McLean. I am not showing any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm Jim Pfeffer from Macco Architects, 3 Bridgman Avenue, Toronto.
Okay, good morning, sir. I don't think we need a presentation. Any questions, panel members? No, Mr. Bayat.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I similarly, I suppose, to planning, looking at the pavers in the front, because variance number, I believe it's number 6, the soft landscaping in the front, I believe. 5 and 6, I suppose. So planning has put in that condition. That kind of answers one of my questions, but I was asked, you know, in the rear, you've got pretty large area of stone or paved area, terrace perhaps. Would those be permeable stone as well?
You know, in this case, I wouldn't think that they'd need to be. Here in the beaches, I mean, the soil is, you know, extremely sandy, so infiltration takes place very quickly. And any water that falls here, I mean, there is the paving, but we do have green space on all sides of the paving. Of course, you're aware that Toronto Buildings kind of manages, you know, lot grading pretty rigorously. So you have to grade, so all the water is basically managed on site, and it would happen, you know, very quickly in this location. Where, as I said, the soil is very sandy, and we're, you know, a stone's throw from Lake Ontario, where the water would wind up very shortly. You know, if you want to make that a condition, not of the, you know, raised terrace, but of the sort of lower terrace, you know, we'd be happy to do it, but I really don't think it's necessary in this case. As architects, it's often our preference to just to have a kind of an underlayment for these terraces, particularly the raised ones next to the house, because it's a more durable structure, and it helps prevent, sort of settlement over time, which leads the water towards the house instead of the backyard where it would be managed. So we're happy to accept that if you want to apply that as a condition, but I don't think it's necessary here.
Thank you for that. But, I take your point, the sandy soil in the beaches area. However, the water table isn't that far below, given that you're right at the lake shore. So it might be useful in the long term. But thank you so much for that.
Ms. Chan.
Okay.
You have a revised zoning notice, right?
We do. So what happened in this case, the house immediately to the north of this one was basically torn down and rebuilt in between the time we had our survey done and now. And when the house to the north was rebuilt, it was built much closer to the street. And because it's the front yard averaging principle for the front yard setback here, when the new house was rebuilt, our required front yard setback changed. So we had a front yard setback variance. We don't need it now. As a matter of fact, we don't need variance number 3 either.
That's my question.
Before the committee, so you can, strike that if you like. It's variance number 3 for the front yard setback for the platform. We don't need that today, so if you want to take that off the list of variances, please do.
So
my question is, you're going to amend your variances, right?
Yep, that's correct. And we had sent in correspondence on this. It's variance number 3, which is the variance for the platform. Setback variance to the front, we don't need that variance. And we've confirmed that with the zoning examiner. It's just that confirmation was too late for that to wind up on the notice.
Okay, so we're going to be looking at your application as amended with the deletion of variance number 3.
Correct.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions. Anything you want to add before we go into committee, sir?
No, just that the owner did a lot of outreach and got letters of support actually from neighbors on 3 sides, as well as someone else in the street. And we worked with planning as well.
Okay, great. All right, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a motion to approve this application as amended with the plan condition. I believe there's forestry number 2, planning condition and forestry number 2. And I'll take the agent up on his offer to also, as a condition, apply permeable pavers on the lower terrace in the rear garden.
Okay, let me just write this down. So permeable pavers. I'm sorry.
I believe he said the lower terrace.
You're cutting out a bit, Zahir. So where are these going? The lower terrace?
Lower terrace.
Okay.
He said lower terrace at the rear.
Okay. All right. So you're moving approval then with a condition for permeable pavers on the lower terrace at the rear. Planning condition in the April 19th report. Forestry number 2. Application as amended with the deletion of variance number 3. Do I have a seconder for that? Ms. Chan, so that's moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Chan, by Ms. Chan. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 12. The committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received April 13th. A revised zoning notice from the agent also received on the 18th, along with a covering letter. Site statistics from the agent received January 30th. Letter to neighbors from the owners. We have email correspondence from Heritage Planning. They don't have any concerns. and correspondence in opposition from 105. Amelia, I don't show any other speakers. And do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, it's Monica Kuhn. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Before we go to potential questions, I'm just looking at my notes. Are you deleting variance number 3 from the notice? And then is the only change to variance number 2 the fact that 50% should read 25%? And that, but the actual...
That is correct.
But the actual variance you're asking for stays the same at 14%, is that correct?
That's correct. Both of those are correct.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for Ms. Kuhn? So we're looking at Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure my colleagues would ask the same question, but I think we're going to have to get into the rear yard landscaping a little bit more in detail to see exactly what is being proposed and what's there. So maybe the agent could kind of take us through what the plan is for the rear yard.
And can staff...
Not a problem.
Site plan? Okay. Go ahead. Sorry, I was just asking them to put up the site plan, Monica. Go ahead.
No problem. Oh, come back down. We currently have 12% soft landscaping. We are not changing anything except that we're bumping our addition into the current backyard space. So what's happening in the backyard is that when you come out the door, there's an existing wood patio or deck, which is at grade, and beside that is a stone terrace. Then there's a tree which has some green space around it, and then in the middle of the yard there's a stone terrace with planting space on either side, and at the back is the carport, and that whole carport area is covered with gravel. So it does take in stormwater, but we're not changing any of the landscaping at this point. It's not part of the project.
Okay, I get that. So the carport has a roof over it, I assume, does it?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
So when you say stone terrace, is it poured stone or is it stone?
Stone
like
pavers. Pavers.
So I mean, you are pretty light on the rear landscaping. And we just
agreed.
Yeah, I know. And this panel's been pretty focused on soft landscaping of late. Well, always. And we often ask applicants, even when they come in with this light of a proposal, whether there is in fact any opportunity for your client to do better, like, for example, lift some of those stones and replace them. Is that something that's even within the realm of possibility?
Yes, I was talking to my client yesterday, and he said this came up, then they would be happy to rework some of the landscaping. I think probably the middle stone terrace would be where we would want to lighten it up or put in some of the more additional soft scaping. We'll want something hard right outside the addition for a table and some chairs, but maybe the middle area between the carport and that.
Would you be able to calculate what that would be into both in terms of square meters and percentage?
Well, why don't we just say that we'll meet the 25%?
Okay, so in that case, are you removing variance 2 also and just be left with 1 variance?
Yeah, I guess we could do that.
Okay,
yeah.
All right, so we're deleting variance number 2 also. Okay.
So just so I'm clear, that's a minimum of 50%, not 25.
No, it's 25.
No, 25.
There was a typo, Larry. That's what I mentioned at the beginning. It was in the
Sorry,
correspondence.
Chair.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Chair, I missed that.
Yeah, no worries. Okay.
That would be great.
So we're deleting variance number 2, so the only one we're left with is number 1. So are there any other questions, panel members?
Well, also, I'd like to just ask about the rooftop deck.
Sure.
So is there screening proposed on it?
Well, on the one side, the east side, we're facing a lane. And on the other side, the neighbor has a second and third story addition, and we'd be over a deck. But I have no issue with putting a screen on the west side, if that is the wish of the community.
When we get into that height, I think it, notwithstanding, neighbors change, people move in and out. I think it's probably best to include that.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, Monica, I'm not seeing any other questions. Anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, I'm fine. I'll just say that I'm fine with a privacy screen on the west side of the third floor deck, and I'm fine with increasing soft landscaping in the backyard to 25%.
Okay, so let's take
Through the chair, before you take it to committee,
Yeah.
just for should the committee wish to require the privacy screen, can you confirm the height and if
Yeah,
it's opaque?
we usually do 1.5 meters.
1.5, and is it usually opaque or not?
I think, Mr. Clay, opaque, right?
Yeah, I think that's our standard requirement, yes.
Yep. Okay, so we're in committee. Mr. Clay, did you want to take this one then?
Sure. I'm happy. I think this is a reasonable application. I'm particularly happy to see the agent agree to some changes, which I think make it even a little bit more palatable. So I'd like to move approval of this amended application, subject to screening on the third floor deck. The west side, did I
Yep.
think it was the west side?
Yeah, west. Okay, so the motion then is as amended with deletion of variances 2 and 3. A condition for screening on the west side of the third floor deck, opaque to 1.5 meters. Moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Chan. All in favor? That carries unanimously, I think, right, Mr. Bayat? I didn't see your hand, but you're good?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. The next item is item number 13, 1086 and a half Queen Street West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, rental housing demolition and conversion declaration form, presentation materials from the agent. We have email correspondence from the application technician, Heritage Planning. There are no concerns there. Staff reports from Planning Development, Transportation. They want their 3-meter setback from the center line. We have another report from the Manager of Policy and Strategic Initiatives, and they're asking for conditions. We have 5 form letters in support from 1084, which is adjacent, 1078, 1080 Queen Street West. And we have a number of people that wrote in opposition living on Queen Street West, Eagle Street, Newmarket. Several people didn't, most people actually did not provide an address. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Hi, my name is Kishore. I am the agent. The owner, Amandeep Diol, he will be speaking, he will be presenting. Could you unmute his microphone, please?
Okay, so the owner will be using the 5 minutes then on his own, or are you going to help out? Are you sharing the time, or is it just the owner speaking?
If needed, we will share that 5 minutes, but he will start the presentation.
Okay, because it's between the two of you, the 5 minutes. Okay, just bear with me 1 second. I just want to see how many speakers I have. All of them? Okay, so Okay, if Mr. Amandeep Diol, if he can come to the speaker, then I don't know if have you guys unmuted him? Are you there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here, dear committee. Amandeep Diol is here.
Okay, great. And you're the owner. And if you can just state your address for the record.
Yeah, so we're the owner of this property.
Okay.
It's 10861 Up Queen Street West.
Okay, so we're going to start the clock as soon as you start speaking. You have 5 minutes to do a presentation. Then I'll go to the opposition speakers, and then I'll have you back to answer, well, to basically answer questions only based on the issues raised. Is there anything you need us to put up on the screen before you start?
Yes, please. Could you go to the variance request? So the 4 variances.
The notice?
Yes, the notice. I'll just cover each line of item. And then also for the first 2, I would need to flip on to the supporting materials that I shared when I discussed the first 2 items.
Okay, so we really want you to speak, like we know what the variances are, but we really want you to speak as to why you need them, okay? Just 1 second.
Thank you.
I have staff.
Through you, Madam Chair, when were the supporting materials submitted?
Sir, when?
It was submitted. It's on the portal that I saw it.
Yeah, but we need to know when you when you sent it in, because when you have late submissions, they don't make it to the files.
Okay, but I can see.
Okay, I think we found them, so they're on the portal. I think the staff found them, so you can go ahead. I'm going to start the clock now. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you. So the 4 variants there we're putting in, the first 2, they're very similar, which is regarding the setback on the building. The first one is 7.5 meter clearance or setback needed. The second one is 3.5 meter clearance needed. Thanks for putting this up. So as you could see, and again from the planning committee as well from the transportation committee, there's only one comment regarding these setbacks. So we marked up these buildings, which are in blue color, and the red is 1086 1/2 Queen Street West. So all of the blue buildings are currently set back at 0 setback for the laneway. So, and in addition to that, if you look at the north side of the laneway, most of the north side of the laneway is set at 0 offset right now. So currently all these buildings which are marked in blue are sort of set at a 0 setback. What we're requesting for these setback clearance is that we're building on an existing structure, so which is basically 1086 1/2. There is an existing first floor remaining on existing first floor remains. So what we're doing is demolishing that first floor residential unit and sort of building a storage and a 2-story apartment on top of that. So in terms of the comment about the transportation requiring 3 meter clearance, I think we want committee to consider that it's only a 15 feet length of the building that's going to be changing. The rest of the street, which is 300 to 400 feet of the laneway, still has 0 clearance in most of the buildings, and those buildings are already constructed and they're not getting demolished. So gaining a 1.2 meter from a 15 feet is not going to help from what we see to the transportation side. So that is the argument we're putting behind, is that offsetting this 1.2 meters will jeopardize some of our plans to build a housing. Given the needs in this at this point of time with the province requirement and the City of Toronto facing housing crisis, this 1.2 meter request for a 15 feet of length for this laneway widening would not make any significant difference to the existing laneway, because all of these blue buildings are currently offset at a 0 setback in most of the neighborhood. The second point, the third point, which is around, if you can flip back to the comments, the third point is around the building height. So, which is, again, the current building height for the first story is 2.48 meters. The code requires it 5.4 meters. What we're requesting is that the garage we're building at the back, should be reduced height. It doesn't need to be at the same height as the store. And the planning, city planning committee or anybody else from the city didn't have objection to this variance. The third variance is around, or the fourth, sorry, is around the parking. As confirmed by the city transportation letter, that by the new zoning bylaw, which is, one second, zoning law 89-2022 exempt us to have a parking requirement for this dwelling. I also just want to address the other comments in journal about the renovation or sort of the condition of the building. This is a 120 years old building, which needs to be retrofitted to comply or bring it up to the codes requirements, existing Ontario building codes. We're doing this renovation not only to sort of safely bring this building back to the Ontario Building Code, but also provide safe access to the tenants, because currently there are requirements which is it's not meeting in terms of getting access directly from the second story all the way to the ground, because the staircase in that space as per the Ontario Building Code doesn't exist. Also, what we're planning to do is, this is a heritage building. What we're planning to do is reduce the emission of this building to net zero. So what we're doing is complying with the City of Toronto net zero policies, that being net zero by 2040. So once this renovation is completed, this building probably will be the first heritage building to achieve a net zero standard in the City of Toronto. And I just want to last but not least also address the concerns regarding the tenants being impacted. We completely agree with the requirements of what being proposed by the city planning officials, and we will comply with those in addition to what are the requirements for the tenant and the Residential Tenancy Act. Sorry, that's my 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Can you just confirm, so with all these renovations, are you still going to have 4 units? How many residential units are you going to have when you're done?
So just for the context, what based on our information and confirming with the city is that the ground floor is currently a commercial zoning, and the previous landlord built a residential unit on that commercial commercial zoning. When we occupied this, or when we purchased this building back in 2022 December, that was the first thing we verified with the city, that what are the requirements to have an sort of a residential unit on a commercial zoning. So what we've been proposed or we've been told is that in order to have that, you have to go through a major variance on a committee of adjustment. Rather than that, we chose this path, which is a minor variance, where we are proposing demolition of that existing unit, which is on a commercial zoning, and replacing it as a second story unit at the back of the building.
Right, understood. It's just I read in some of the submissions, there's 4 units there now that are residential. So you're taking one out, replacing it. So is there still going to be 4 units when you're done?
So they're not 4. So they're not 4 units. What you have is a 2-story bedroom on the third. Then there is 2 dwelling units on the second floor. 1 unit has a kitchen. And they share the washroom. So technically there are 3 units in total. The second is sort of a dwelling unit with 1 bedroom and a shared washroom, 1 bedroom, kitchen, and a shared washroom. And then the third unit, which is on the ground floor, is 1 unit alone.
Okay. I just want to mention one other thing before I go to the opposition. That the Beaconsfield Village Residents Association also wrote in, and that we had a 28 signature petition on top of all the other letters that we got from a variety of addresses. So if we can now go to the opposition, that would be great. If we can go in order of the sheet.
Vera, you're unmuted.
Vera Frankel, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi, did you want to speak or are you just observing?
I would want to speak, yes.
Alrighty, it's your turn. If you can just give us your address and state your name, and then we'll start the clock. You have no more than 5 minutes.
My address is 1088 Queen Street West, my home and studio are adjacent to 1086 and a half. My name is Vera Frankel.
Okay, go ahead.
My concern at the moment, apart from the fact that the variances disturb me because of their effect on transportation in the laneway and deliveries, and various other things that the owner, Mr. Amandeep Deol has referred to, but there has been no consultation with me whatsoever by the owners ever since they purchased the building on December the 1st of last year. The first time we had a chance to speak was yesterday. And I'm very distressed by the fact that this demolition is taking place without any assessment that I'm aware of on its impact on my property. And building is being proposed that will block the light to my second floor. And a third floor patio is proposed that will permit sight lines and vantage point directly onto the site for my rooftop garden. It's an amazing invasion, and I am very concerned that they didn't bother to get in touch with me. I am disabled. I've been housebound for 3.5 years. Everybody knows how to reach me that wants to, and this building that I live in is listed online. So clearly these new owners made no effort to get in touch with me, and the only reason I knew about their application was by chance. Someone was delivering groceries and a neighbor saw that my door was open, and she came in and informed me, and that was last Thursday. I'm very shocked by their conduct. I have met with them yesterday, and they're young, they're charming, and they talk well, but they really have treated me very, very badly. And the combination of their laneway encroachment and its impact on the neighborhood, and the fact that they want to open a business onto the lane, but there's no parking, there's been one thing after another that raises questions. I should also mention that I'm a Governor General Award recipient, and the work that I'm talking about involves voiceover recording, which cannot take place under a noisy demolition and reconstruction. There's been absolutely no sign that these people are responsible. They claim to be making affordable housing, but one tenant has already been forced out because the rent was, I believe, doubled. They disrespected the current zoning bylaws, or they want to. And the fact that they have not once reached out to me until they saw my letter of objection does not bode well. I don't know if this affects anything, but the fact that my building has been in my will designated a charitable instrument of a charitable foundation and supposed to be a hub for writers, artists, historians, and curators. What they're building suggests very quick, not residence, but short-term uses. And I have no idea who the engineer is that would be monitoring the disembowelment or the gutting. And I don't know if there's a registered contractor in Ontario, an Ontario registered contractor. In general, the whole situation is, I can't begin to tell you how disturbing it is on every level. Legally, morally, and physically. Thank you for listening.
All right, Vera, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Clay has a question for you, Vera.
Thank you, Ms. Fregnall. I just want to, I think I heard you say, I just want to confirm, you're the owner of this property, not a tenant, right?
Yes, I've been the owner for 22 years.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to move to the next speaker. Mr. Kerr?
Hello, my name is Randy Kerr. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, just want to make sure. Randy Kerr, I'm at 18 Beaconsfield Avenue. I'm head of the Beaconsfield Village Residents Association. And we took some interest in this application. We found out about it last week. The Vera's touched on a couple of points. Just to elaborate, we've had a case in our neighborhood on Gladstone, 182 Gladstone, where there was significant demolition of the building next door under permit with full inspections, etc. And they built multiple houses, and they undermined the foundation at 182 Gladstone and forced an elderly lady and her ill son out of the residence. The building has been condemned by the City of Toronto because they didn't take care in the underpinning and the common wall elements involved in some of these as the owner of this property says, the 120-year-old buildings. There has to be great care, and there seems to be a lot of expedited approach here to get this thing done quickly, considering he bought the property in December of last year. So that raised a concern, but other concerns that we have as neighbors is the laneway and the laneway access and the reduction of the width, the variances they seek in 1 and 2, because our experiences on those laneways, when there are residents above the commercial, let's just see, always a phone call when you're giving these things out. The instance we've had is the garbage created by residents, which is fine. They blue bins and green bins, etc. End up in the laneway spot, in the common spot of the laneway, because there's no clearance at the back of the lots. And this is going to be just repeated. If that building is not up to code, that as purchased, as it exists now, it should be made to code. So we have concerns of that. And there's also the removal of the parking spot. We acknowledge that that's pretty common, but without a parking spot for residential units and possibly a commercial space use, where the delivery is going to take place, they're just going to contribute to blockage of the laneways that occur quite frequently from the different retail operations we have along Queen Street there. So we're concerned about that unnecessary removal. If they're going to remove the building, they should restore at least one parking spot. There's a number of buildings that size along Queen Street West that have at least one spot in the back for extended deliveries and pickups, and also service the needs of the residents that are tenants. What else did I have as a note here? So yeah, we oppose the changes of the variance of the parking and the setbacks at the rear. And one other concern, it wasn't really a variance requirement, but looking at the design, without having a chance to talk to the owners about it, it appears that this third floor rooftop deck, which has been attempted by some other retail commercial spaces on Queen Street West, contributes to noise pollution in the neighborhood, especially when there's late night parties extended, and now seems to have they'll have access to the third floor deck through a stairwell or staircase that doesn't exist at this point. And that sort of lends to, is this a short-term rental? Is the city actually allowing these variances to contribute to creation of short-term rentals or Airbnb type facilities, as opposed to long-term rental facilities that we need for our neighbors that rent? And we need to produce those. Everybody acknowledges that, but the short-term rentals, there's a couple of hotels within blocks of this. It shouldn't be a concern. I'm wondering if there's a condition can be put on this application that an Airbnb license or some type of short-term rental license is not granted after this whatever decision the committee makes. So that's my last point. Thank you.
Okay, if I could just ask staff, is that the condition that was just mentioned, that's not something we can put on, that a license not be granted for Airbnb or hotel?
That's correct. That's outside the scope of the jurisdiction of the committee.
Okay, so Mr. Kerr, that's not under our jurisdiction. I'm going to see if the panel members have any questions. Anybody? Any questions for Mr. Kerr? Okay, I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for your input. Can I have the next speaker, please? Abra Shiner.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, I wrote a little speech, a little letter this morning while I was listening. Are you ready?
Yep, just I need you to state your name and address for the record before you get started.
My name is Abra Shiner and I live at 1086 and a half Queen Street West.
Okay, go ahead. So you have no more than 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairperson and other members of the committee. I would firstly like to point out that these proposed changes do not represent the character of the neighborhood, nor do they serve the needs of its residents or its visitors. I would also like to note that these variances do not seem minor. The proposed changes would further clog up a high-traffic laneway by adding residential entrances. This seems unsafe to me, especially as this alley is frequently the site of bar fights on the weekends. Furthermore, the proposed changes do not honor the required 7-meter setbacks for the property line or the required parking, both of which would be an asset that should be considered should changes be made to the existing structure. I also think that it is important to point out that the submitted blueprints of the existing structure are inaccurate. Gas lines are omitted or misplaced, plumbing and walls are shown where in reality they do not exist, and I am unsure that the ceiling heights are accurately listed. I do not believe that the fact that this building is attached on both sides has been taken into account. The impact that these renovations would have on the structural integrity of the neighboring buildings should be addressed, as should the changes to the level of enjoyment to neighboring residents. Privacy would be lost, sun would be blocked, and views would be obstructed. In this neighborhood, similar projects have been carried out, and the newly renovated buildings sit empty for months or sometimes years, becoming neglected eyesores. Currently, 5 of the 12 storefronts on this block alone are vacant. 3 of these are newly renovated. The apartments above are for the most part vacant as well. This building is at present one of the few fully tenanted buildings on this block. The proposed changes would remove 4 inhabited dwelling units and replace them with 3 more expensive units, displacing long-standing community members. I feel that this proposal should be denied as it is disruptive and unnecessary construction that does nothing to serve this community or the city at large. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel members, Mr. Clay has a question for you.
Thank you, Ms. Shiner. I think I read in some of the materials that you might have been, or other tenants might be seeking relief through the Landlord-Tenant Board. Have you done that, and has that had any impact?
All of the tenants in all 4 units have received eviction notices, and we are all fighting them at the Landlord-Tenant Board. None of the hearings have yet come to pass.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. And if I could have the
Thank you.
All right, take care. Can I have the final speaker, please?
Oh.
Hi, Mike Ojala.
Hi, that's me.
Okie doke. If you can
Yes.
state your name and your address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Mike Ojala. I live at 1086 and a half Queen Street West, in the 3rd floor apartment.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, so I'm pretty concerned with just looking over the blueprints, just for my apartment alone, the 3rd floor, it shows the existing structure as having gas lines and piping, water piping on the east side of the building when it is in fact on the west side of the building. So that there's some of the blueprints just don't look quite right. I think the unit in the back, as it stands now, is pretty tight against the laneway. I think changing that and extending it further clogs up the laneway. It's already a massive issue back there with there being a bar slash restaurant, sorry, just a couple doors away. And all their deliveries and whatever are already people park in the laneway all the time, and it's very dangerous for pedestrians, and it's a constant battle with car horns and such. My other concern would be removing the existing long-term tenants to kind of make unnecessary renovations and then get new tenants in here that are just going to be paying more. I don't really see the need in this neighborhood for more, higher paid, higher priced apartments. I think reasonably affordable housing is what's needed in this city, in this neighborhood as well. And what we're living here right now is an affordable building. All 4 apartments are reasonably priced, and we have and in okay condition. They just need to be some fixing here and there. I think that's about it.
Okay, any questions of the speaker or panel members? Okay, Mike, we don't have any further questions. Thank you for your input. I'm going to go back to the owner.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
In the meantime, can you put up the staff report, the planning report that speaks to all the things that the owner has to do for the tenants? Thanks.
Madam Chair and committee members, if I'm allowed to speak, I want to address a couple of comments that have been mentioned. And
yep, go ahead.
thank you so much. So there was one comment about us not approaching the neighborhood or the neighbors for 1088. So we initially tried to reach out to them. We could not contact them. So as soon as we find the information of them, we actually approached them and met them yesterday, as mentioned by Mrs. Vera. So they're concerned around demolition and noise issues. We did lay out a plan for them to address that. We said all of the constructions will happen within the bylaw requirements. In addition, we have asked them that if they give us a plan for the time when they don't want us to do a demolition, we would abide by that. And in addition to that, we also mentioned that the expected demolition would only be 2 to 3 weeks, and we will make them aware with a complete plan of when the demolition needs to be done. There's a comment about 1082 Gladstone building. This building, we can't even block the access for this building because this is on the Queen Street. So all the renovation work that needs to happen will be through the access through the laneway side. There was a comment about that we evicted a tenant. That's absolutely not right. And there was a comment about we double the rent. That's not a right. You can't even. This is not permitted under the RTA Act. So those comments are incorrect. And the second thing, there was a comment about we are reducing the laneway width, which is not a correct comment, because what we are proposing is to be at the same place where the existing building structure remains right now. So the existing building is at 1.67 meters. We're just suggesting that the new construction will be also at the same 1.8 meters, which is again similar to what our neighbors have, which is at 1086, and similar to other blocks in the building that I highlighted in a blue color in my previous presentation. And the another comment about it's an unnecessary renovation, we don't agree with that, because as pointed out by even the opposition, that this building is an old building. It needs a serious review and renovation. As an owner, we are at the risk of, if anything were to happen to this building because of our negligence, then we will be at a risk of being penalized for that. So we don't want to change. This is one of the reasons why we're putting forward to the committee is that this variance is we want to make sure the building is compliant with existing Ontario building codes. And that's why this renovation is happening. And last but not the least is that there's no units being deleted here. In fact, we're actually adding, if you consider that the previous landlord built an illegal unit on the commercial zoning, we're replacing that with a legal new housing unit on the second floor. So we are actually adding one more unit to this building, where in the past that illegal unit would have to be removed, or we have to go through a different committee of adjustment, which we don't think is this is more practical than the other path, because that would lead us to a major committee of adjustment change, which is not being recommended even by the city official staff. And the last thing is if you look at the report from the city officials, if you stick with the variances for now, none of the city planning people objected to the variance. The only objection they have is from the city transportation staff, which is around the clearance. And again, that based on what we presented, we're not extending into the laneway. We're just building on the existing laneway that's already there. So I hope we're sort of addressing, and we're more than willing to work with Vida to address her concerns about noise and pollution during the renovation, and we have given assurance in our plans regarding that.
Okay, thank you. Panel, Ms. Chan.
Yes, I have a question to you. The planning report recommends that you enter agreement with them, section 45(9). Are you considering that, or will you accept it as a condition?
Yes, if you're referencing to the policy comments about agreeing an agreement and an official agreement, yes, we agree to that.
Yeah, it's on the screen. It's the one on the screen. Okay, that's my question. Yeah, so you're willing to enter that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Let's take it into committee. Ms. Chan.
I can start. When I look at the design or the planning of this project, it's actually in terms of the quality of the units. When you really look at it, the existing one, especially the ground floor unit, is very low quality. It's almost like a rooming house. There's no living area or dining area. The new proposal is actually moving the residential units on the above ground and have separation between the two units. And I think actually this is a more quality units. And if they are willing to enter the agreement for recommended by the staff, I think the tenants in somewhat is protected. And we've given the variances, the number 1 and 2 about the setback from the laneway is not practical, because I know they automatically ask for the new development to setback to have the laneway widening. But all these existing buildings actually will not be practical, asking all of them setback or expecting all of them will setback. So I don't see there's any reason. It's not a practical request. I do not think. So I'm in support of this application, and I think that is an improvement of the existing property and provide quality residential units.
Okay, anybody else? If not, you want to make a motion then, Ms. Chan?
No comment? Okay, I would like to make a motion to approve with the condition in the planning, community planning staff report. And I don't think there's any other conditions. That's the only condition.
It's actually
Transportation.
It's no transportation. We're not accepting that report because the setback isn't that. I thought you said they want 3 meters. They can, or 3. They can't provide it, right? You stated that, Ms. Chan. So it's the
it's impractical. I don't think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the report.
I think the condition I want to.
The report you want to include is April 18th from Manager Strategic Initiatives Policy and Analysis regarding the rental housing. That's that's the one you want.
Yes, that's the concerning the tenants. Yeah, tenants, right? Yeah.
Okay, so the motion.
That one, yeah.
With that, then, that report that was on the screen before, moved by Ms.,
Through the chair, can we share that? Can we share that?
It's listed as the planning report on the tabs. The policy.
Okay.
Yeah, strategic initiative one, that one.
Thank you. Okay. Perfect.
Okay, so with that report, that's moved by Ms. Chan and seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor?
With a comment, if I could, Chair, with a comment, if I might.
If I could just let Mr. Ramdial know, if you could put, we like to put things in the notes sometimes, not in the decisions. So Larry, go ahead.
I don't think it's necessarily going to be a comment in the notes, but we were, all of us, I think, read through almost 40 letters written in on this file, which is an enormous undertaking by many. And it was a particular dealing with one individual who was experiencing some difficulties. And there are remedies for this that folks can pursue through landlord and tenant board. And I was heartened to hear that process is being followed. And if there were any improprieties or inappropriateness with respect to how tenants are being treated, that's the most important venue to try and deal with it. And I will say that also that the requirements introduced by planning for dealing with tenants who are displaced, I think similarly will be helpful. I didn't want to go through this without at least me and perhaps my colleagues being unsympathetic to some of those concerns, but there are paths that are available to deal with some of those issues. And I would agree with Yim that, what's being proposed, that A, the variances are really quite minor, and B, it will, I think, result in a measurably improved units on this site. So with all that, I will second it.
All right, and I'll just add, I hope that the owners continue dialogue with Ms. Frankel next door throughout the process. Okay, so the motion then with the condition in the report dated April 18th, moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Larry Clay. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is item 14, 53 Milverton Boulevard. We have before us a copy of the site plan, floor plans, and elevations, arborist report prepared by Davy Group, presentation materials from the agent, and an order to comply for the property, the porch that was built without, or enclosed rather, without a permit. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes.
Hi, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Joanne Yang, and we are the authorized agent acting on behalf of the owner, Brady Peck.
Okay. Why did they build without a permit? I think we're probably all want to know that.
We unsure. We were actually invited to apply for the building permit. So the owner actually received the order to comply back in last year, if I'm not remember wrong. So that was why that we actually came in and actually looking for a minor variance.
Okay, so
that's one of the variances.
Before your time, panel members, any questions for the agent? Okay, Mr. Bayat?
Yeah, just a quick one. I wonder if the agent, when that one-story addition at the back was built, is that something recent or is that something that's been there for many years?
Yep. Hi, Mr. Burke. Actually, the addition was illegal and it must be completed many years ago because this is a semi-detached dwelling and we had a quick chat with the immediate neighbor and just by the look of the materials through our site visit, it's not a recent addition.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions, panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions. Ms. Young, we're ready to make a decision. Anything you want to add before we go into committee?
Not much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Okay, we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Chair. Pardon me. I think the variances requested are quite minor in itself, and I think we've come across situations like this before, especially with the older properties where structures were or construction took place at a time without permission. So while we don't condone illegal structures, I believe when we've got one that's got a history behind it, it's difficult to change that. So if there are no concerns, I'd certainly be happy to move a motion to approve with no conditions.
All right, motion to approve, moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Ms. Chan. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, item number 15, 23 Delaney Crescent. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Correspondence in support from number 25, which is adjacent. And I don't show anyone other than the agents speaking. Do I have the agent online? And we have one variance before us, panel members. Yeah.
Through the chair, the agent is not registered for the hearing. Tara Helen Abraham, under the phone number and email address she provided when she registered. We have been unable to contact her for that reason.
Okay, well, I guess we just go ahead then. All right, panel members, so we have one variance before us. Nobody to ask questions from, so let's take it into committee.
Actually, yeah, we can, but I don't actually know what walls he's talking about. When we're looking at the plan, I couldn't, but maybe you can understand.
Okay.
I don't have an answer to that question.
Neither do I. I don't know what you didn't understand.
Yeah, honestly, because the front elevation has got this thing pop up, right? I don't understand this drawings. So I'm sorry.
I can't make out what you're saying. You
It's too bad the agent should be here to explain a little bit.
What is it you don't understand? I'm not sure I understand your question. I may not have an answer, but I'm not sure.
By my reading, it looks like it's obviously a third story on a mid of a townhouse, and it's not a flat roof. It looks like it's a very small sloped roof, sloped from front to rear. What is it, Yim, that you're not comfortable with?
No, it's not. I'm not. It's just I don't understand. It says that it is 100%. Is it the 100% of the wall is higher?
Doesn't that mean that it's the full width of the wall on the front and the back? That's why they say it's 100%. It's not like partial. That's how I read it. That's how I interpret it.
Oh.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. All right.
Does it make sense
maybe
now? Okay. Well, okay. Any other discussions amongst ourselves before we make a decision on this then?
I would just note that you mentioned, Chair, that 25 supports. Had the agent been here, I probably would have asked whether 21 supports as well.
Because it's in the
but I'm assuming,
middle, right?
Pardon me?
It's right in the middle of the three, kind of.
Yeah, and I guess we can assume that if we didn't receive correspondence in opposition, that there is no opposition.
Yeah, I would agree.
Are we able to proceed without the agent?
Yes, we are. Staff has told me we are able to proceed.
In that regard, I think, it's only one small variance before us. The fact that there isn't any opposition, and there sometimes is when we get these kinds of developments on row or townhomes. But the fact that there isn't any opposition, I think, speaks to the fact that this is acceptable to the neighbors. And it is a very eclectic housing stock along this strip, so I don't think it would be out of character either. So my colleagues don't disagree. I'm happy to move a motion to approve this application. No conditions.
All right. Mr. Bayat seconds. So motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that carries. And staff have made numerous attempts to get a hold of the agent unsuccessfully, for the record. So, okay, item number 16, 14 Seaforth Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the property, correspondence in opposition from number 12, and I do have that individual listed as a speaker. Do you have that speaker?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so I need the agent for starters.
Good morning, or good afternoon now. It's Michael Eldridge. I am the agent for the owners of 14 Seaforth Avenue.
Okay, I do have one speaker from number 12, so I need you to do a brief presentation, no more than 5 minutes, please.
Okay, so the request for a front entrance for the basement was started due to construction of a basement apartment in 2020, which was completed last summer. And what was found out, the original designer was trying to utilize an existing rear entrance, which is shown on the site plan, just on the east side, halfway back of the building. What wasn't taken into consideration was that there is no rear access, no access on the west side, and only 20 inches of clearance between the two buildings, which is not sufficient to move people in or out, or furniture or anything else like that. So we've requested to place a front entrance in so that the beautiful new 2-bedroom apartment can actually be used and rented. Regarding the complaint, it has to do with a right-of-way between the two homes, which is being used by both the owner of 14 Seaforth as well as the adjacent property of 12 Seaforth. And this addition of a front entrance will actually be an improvement because the tenants for the basement apartment will no longer need to use that side to access it. As well, the actual complaint was regarding some trash cans and not the actual application. The application has no reason to block that pathway, so I don't see that as actual relevant for this application and variance request.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Eldridge. I'm going to go to the opposition, and then I'll come back to you. Do you have Ms. Lee? Yeah. She's on.
Sue, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, everyone, members of the committee. My name is Sue, and I am the daughter of the owners at 12 Seaforth Avenue. My parents are elderly, and they're not fluent with English, so I will be representing them in their best interests for today. As you can see, I filed a letter of objection. The residents in 12 Seaforth has been renovating and providing a lot of obstruction for the last couple of years on a pathway that we have the right of way of passage. My elderly parents are blocked from getting into access to their own backyard. And, you know, on the I'm just trying to look at my notes. On our land transfer deed, it clearly states that the residents of 12 Seaforth has the right of way to the pathway to access their own backyard to enter their house. But the owners of 12 Seaforth decided to obstruct that pathway by putting, garbage or construction material. I showed the picture. I mean, they can't even walk through, to access their own backyard. So our concern is not necessarily the variance, but I need the owners of 12 Seaforth to acknowledge that this is a right-of-way access and it should be unobstructed and maintained. Because they're now doing a construction to have access in the front, so they'll no longer will be using that pathway. So my concern is they will not maintain it, and they are the owners, and it should be their responsibility. So, in summary, that's what we're concerned about. Is really my parents had, no say. They decided to block the pathway. They couldn't get access to their backyard. They had no discussion or agreement or consent from my parents for them to even block it, and they just did it. And and we tried to contact them various times since the blockage on April trying to find a date here, April the 9th. Since then, the owners have contacted me, and that's because I filed a letter of objection. Prior to that, there was no contact whatsoever. So we really need these owners to acknowledge that it's a pathway and it should not be blocked. And we don't have concerns with the variance, but they should not block the pathway that's between our houses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I respect the fact you wanted to bring the concerns forward, but you do understand this committee does not have any jurisdiction over this. This is between the two homeowners. The agent's listening. I'm going back to him. Perhaps he has a comment to make. Maybe there's some kind of dialogue that could take place between the two of the homeowners, but I'll give it back to Mr. Eldridge.
Thank you. Just to clarify a few things, we are also the constructor and did the completion of the construction in the basement apartment, finishing last summer. And at no time did we block the pathway, as that is our means of getting into the property and doing our work. As you've discussed, the blockage with garbage is not something that has to do with our application. However, we are willing to put up a temporary construction fence along the path to ensure that construction at the front of the property does not inhibit her family members from getting to the back of their house during the completion. However, moving forward, it will be between the owners and possibly by law enforcement, whether they decide to put their garbage cans or not in there. It's not our issue.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Eldridge? All right, let's take it into committee then for a decision. Ms. Chan.
I do have a question to the chairman or the staff. Can we enforce a condition that to keep the path clear during construction? Is it within our mandate?
Through the chair, that's outside of the jurisdiction of Committee of Adjustment.
So the answer is no.
All right, that's what answer is no. Yeah. But also maybe I should mention if that occurs, maybe they can call the city for inspection. I don't know how what the
it's usually these kinds of things some things are through bylaw enforcements and others are civil matters. I have a neighbor that I have issues with, so basically that's what it boils down to. They can try to call 311, and if it applies to a city department, the city would go in, and if not, then it's a civil matter. So I'm not sure which this is.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Chair. just focusing on the two variances that have been requested in the circumstances. I do believe this is a very minor event, and front entrances are now permissible. So I think I don't see any conditions attached to it, no comments from any city authorities either. So I'd be quite happy to move a motion forward to approve.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Chan? Okay, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Ms. Chan. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, thank you. Item number 17, 59 Doris Drive. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised zoning waiver, 6 photographs of trees on the subject property, covering letter from the agent, injury of a neighbor tree consent letter prepared by Davy Resource Group, and signed by number 59 and 61 Doris Drive. We have the TRCA are okay, Ravine Natural Feature Protection not asking for any conditions, and planning has a condition, and I'm just looking at my notes here, and then we have 8 form letters in support signed by owners of 6157, which is adjacent, so both adjacent neighbors, 63, 46, 53, and 38 Doris Drive, and 43 Maryland Crescent, as well as 50 Doris Drive. And let me just look at my notes. Okay, so after the agent identifies herself, if you can just confirm that you're deleting variance number 4.
Yes, it's Leah Wilger of Renew It Architect. I'm the agent for the owners of this property. And yes, we have revised the plans, and that happened after the notice went out. So we are deleting variance number 4, which was for a roof deck on top of the garage.
Okay. And
we also were asked to submit our own list of variances because the changes also reduced the area of the suite a little bit, and so the amount, the coverage was reduced as well on variance number 5. That would be our new variance number 4.
So I'm sorry. So variance number 5, you're changing the ancillary.
Variance number 5, which on the list here has become number 4.
Yeah, but it just goes by the notice, okay? It just so number 5. What are you amending it to?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you?
So
what's it good?
The coverage has been amended to 99.5 square meters.
99.
Which includes the area of the garage.
So 99.
Yeah, 99.5
square. Okay, 99.5 meters squares. That's variance number 5. Okay, and 4 is deleted.
Yes.
Okay, that's all the changes.
Yes.
And that's reflected in the superseded plans, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Mr. Chair, I thought that variance number 3 is also being revised.
I'm sorry, variance number 3?
Are you revising that also?
Yes, you in the planning report.
I'm sorry, you're right. Variance number 3 was also reduced.
Okay, and what's that one then gonna be?
So that's now 77.48. Sorry, interior floor area is I'm sorry, I've got this mixed up. The variance numbers are different.
Yeah, we need you to go by the notice that was mailed out.
Yes, so the notice variance number 3 is reduced in size. Interior area of the suite is 121.0 1 square meters. That includes the area of the garage.
Okay, so 121.1 meters squared for variance number 3.
Yes.
And number 4.
That's right.
And number 4 is deleted, and number 5 is 99.5 meters square.
That's right.
Okay, hold on. The Deputy Secretary Treasurer has.
Through the chair, it really is confusing when you make modifications. It's better to do a strike through of the original public hearing notice, so it's very clear, so we don't have to go through a Where's Waldo. My understanding is that,
yes.
Variances 1, 2, 3, and 5 have been revised, and variance 4 has been deleted. I shouldn't have to do this, but I want to confirm this with the applicant.
Variants 1 and 2 were not revised. Those are to do with the separation distance and height of the suite.
Okay.
Those remain the same.
This was just a double check by the Deputy Secretary Treasurer to make sure they're still intact. Okay, so 1 and 2 remain as is. 3 is 121.1.
And I'm sorry, we were asked to do it this way by the administrator.
What administrator?
Oh, sorry, the Committee of Adjustment. I'm not sure if you call it administrator,
Well,
who was
I don't
taking
know.
the
I
intake
guess
of the information.
if you're going to be doing more of these files, it would just be nice if all the dialogue started to take place from the beginning when the application's filed, so that we don't have to do these last-minute revisions, because we can't always do them anyway on the floor, depending what they are. And especially when you have objectors, which you don't have, luckily, it becomes extremely, it becomes confusing, and it more often than not will result in a deferral. So just giving you sort of the heads up for these kinds of changes on the fly. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so panel members, do you have any other questions with these revisions? Okay, is there anything else you want to add? Leah, we're ready to make a decision on this.
Oh, just that the existing garage, we positioned the suite attached to the existing garage so that it would be as far away from the ravine as possible and not destroy any trees. Sorry, there is one tree that is being removed, but to minimize the impact on the trees. And the fact that it's attached to the garage as a result resulted in a lot of these variances. So it would be possible to build the garage as a separate building and then eliminate variances, but that just did not make sense for this site. That's.
All righty, thank you very much. Panel members, we're in committee, so we're looking at the application as amended. Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Chair. I thought this was a good proposal. It is a very quite an effective use of the space, and the way the lot is configured. It's a sort of a triangular lot, and I thought it was a very interesting placement of where the suite goes. The length and coverage are, as the agent pointed out, features of the fact that it's adjoined to the garage. Notwithstanding the changes to the variances, which I think we have captured. I particularly like the fact that they sloped the roof on the side next to the immediate neighbor, which I thought was a good thing to do, a good neighborly thing to do to accommodate their interests. So I'm happy to move approval of this amended application. Planning has conditions.
It's actually the revisions that were made in the report, so we don't.
Planning, so yeah.
Yeah, so we don't need to add the report, right, Paula?
Okay, so all the revisions we made were captured by planning's report?
Yeah.
Or vice versa?
I just double checked with staff, so we're good.
Okay, then I will move approve this application. No conditions.
As amended, right? And Mr. Bayat seconds?
The amended application.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the application as amended, which is to revise variance number 3 to 121.1 meters square, delete variance 4, revised variance 5 to 99.5 meters squared. And no other conditions, so as amended, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Bayat. That, all in favor? That carries. Thank you. Okay, item number 18. 18 is 43 Wales Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received on the 21st, a revised zoning notice. We have a deferral request from the agent, and we have transportation was asking for a condition. No other speakers other than the agent. So do I have the agent on the line? You there, Mr. Brander?
Mariam, you're unmuted.
Hi. Good afternoon, Madam, and all committee members. I'm Mariam Emadzadeh, and I'm speaking on behalf of the agent, Adam Brander, Brander Architects. My address is 260 Carla Avenue, Unit 202D.
Okay, can you, so you said Mariam? Is that M-A?
Yeah.
M-A-R-I-A?
M-A-R-Y-A-M.
Okay, how do you spell your last name, please?
E-M-A-D-Z-A-D-E-H.
Sorry, can you start again? E-M-A?
D-Z-A-D-E-H.
So E, M as in Mary, E, is that B as in Bob or D as in David? Next.
D as in David.
Sorry?
D as in David.
Okay, and then Z-A-B-E-H. Okay.
Z-A-D-E-H.
Another
as
D.
in David.
All right. Okay,
Yeah.
I think I got it now. Okay, I don't, so you're asking for a deferral? Why do you need a deferral?
Yeah, I'm here to request a deferral for this application. There was a cover letter that was sent yesterday, I believe, and attached indicating the reasons. But basically, it's because of the variance identified on April 13 by transportation. And as a result, we think it's required to provide proper notice to neighboring residents for the correct and complete variances for this application.
Okay, I did see that a variance was missed, but just wanted to hear it from you for the record. So we'll take it into committee. Panel members?
Chair, can I just ask a question before we move into committee?
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Clay.
Thank you. I noticed on the site plan that there at number 45, there is also proposed two-story laneway suite. Are you the owner of 45 as well?
We are the architect of 45 as well, but that's going to be another permit separate.
So, I mean, I guess, are they coming forward more or less at the same time to this committee?
I believe so.
It might be helpful if you brought them forward at the same time. That way the committee could consider the impact of those proposals better together.
For sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're back in committee, so to the deferral. Mr. Bayat.
Yeah, very straightforward. I'd like to move for approval of the deferral in this particular case.
Okay, and that's seconded by Ms. Chan. So moved to motion to defer, moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Ms. Chan. All in favor? Okay, the deferral motion carries unanimously. Item number 19, 38 Summerhill Gardens. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, presentation materials from the agent. We have Marine Natural Feature Protection as well as TRCA. They don't have any concerns. We have support from the owners, occupants of 38 Summerhill. And I don't have any opposition speakers. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Emily Vea, V as in Victor, EA, and I'm here to represent Mr. Roya, the owner, Mr. Roya Seti Teran of 38 Summerhill Gardens.
All right, you're speaking on behalf of the owners. We don't need a presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Bayat?
Just one quick one. The deck that's on the third floor, I believe.
Yes.
Is there any overlook issues with your neighbor?
No, I don't think so. If you could turn to, I had submitted supporting materials dated April 19. So if you look at page, I believe, okay, the one just before that, I see some pictures just above the site plan. Yeah, if you can see that. I've highlighted where the new dormers can be popped open to allow for the door access from the bedroom. It's another access on the third floor. And then as you can see, and then I'm sorry, the picture below, it's the best we could do because we are too close to the property line, but that's what you're going to be seeing. Obviously, it's from our property line, but there is no overlook, or what we believe is there's no overlook issue.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Amelie, is there anything you want to add before we go into committee to make a decision?
All I can add is that we have worked with TRCA prior to making this application, and that, as you can see, they have had no objections, but we had worked with them almost a year before we applied for the variances.
Yeah, it's the owner.
And I don't know if you see it, and I can't recall whether you did mention it, but there were no conditions from forestry.
Just to confirm, Param Arabi is the owner, right? Of the...
I have...
Sorry?
We have Miss Roya Seti Teran. Yes, there it is. It's highlighted there.
No, who's talking right now? He's in support. Hi,
Emily.
I'm just looking at my sheet here. Parham Arabi is listed at this address. Is that the owner?
He's the
Yes, I am the tenant, and I'm the son of the owner, and I'm here to answer any questions, but I'll be mute unless you need me.
Okay, but you're in support, so I just want to confirm because we usually allot 5 minutes for the agent and the owner to split up together. So, but I know you're in support. But thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
Very helpful. Okay, panel members, do you have any other questions? Ms. Chan? Okay, we're ready. We're going to take it into committee then, Ms. Chan?
I'm ready for, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, I think we have two variances, and then I think the second one is already cleared by the our end within protection staff. And I think this is a minor application because they're not extending the existing footing into the within, and I will move for approval with no conditions.
Okay, do I have Mr. Bayat? So motion to approve, moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Item number 20, 14 Conrad Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised list of variances from Mr. Bronskill, as well as site statistics, site plan elevations, and digital rendering. Red line public notice showing a revised list of variances. 2 photographs of trees on the subject property. An arborist report prepared by Lakeshore Tree Services. Neighborhood density map from the agent. Presentation materials from Toby Omisor, the agent. We have email correspondence from transportation. They don't have any concerns. Forestry is asking for condition number 1. 3 form letters in support. And we have opposition from both adjacent neighbors as well as number 6, 8, and 15, Conrad Avenue. And I'm showing 3 opposition speakers. Do we have them all?
We have them all, but one of them is in interest.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bronskill, are you there? Do you have my agent?
I think I managed to
Hi, if you were talking.
unmute myself, Madam Chair.
Yeah,
No.
now I can hear you. So after you identify yourself, can you just confirm that variants 1 and 7 are deleted, and if there's anything else, just go through the notice, if there's any other changes?
That is correct, Madam Chair. So it's David Bronskill, Bronskill, from Goodman's LLP, here as agent on behalf of the applicant. And our address is 33 Bay Street, Suite 3400, Toronto, Ontario. I can confirm the deletion of variants 1 and variant 7 as shown on the screen. They both relate to the south side yard, both for the building and, as it says there in the notice, for the rear terrace. So they will both comply with the zoning provisions. That was in response to one of the concerns expressed in advance of the committee by the adjacent neighbor. We also updated the arborist report to ensure that all trees are appropriately protected as part of this. So we've also done that, and I think that's before the committee. But obviously, we'll have to go through the urban forestry process in respect of that as well. But those revisions, Madam Chair, I can confirm.
Okay, I do have 3 speakers, so we'll restart the clock then. If you have 5 minutes, if you can please give us like a review of your application, no more than 5 minutes, that would be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely. So it's a proposal for a 3-story home. I'm going to focus now with the revisions to the side yard on 3 aspects of it. My understanding is, in looking at the letters of opposition, is concern with the number, the FSI. I would note for the committee at the outset, there is no negative planning staff report in respect of the proposed FSI. As you know, that happens when planning staff have reviewed a file and indicate no concerns with what's being proposed. I want to start with the front yard setback. As you know, we're proposing to reduce that front yard setback down to 7.01 of a meter, but it's for the 1-story architectural projection or window on the front. We're showing it there hatched and in red just so the committee can see it. And frankly, it's similar to other bay windows. For example, a 12 next door, their existing front yard setback to the bay window is 7.03. But otherwise, the main wall of the structure meets the required front yard setback. The second area I would just highlight for you, there are length and depth variances. The length variance is measured from the front wall to the back of the 1-story bump out. The depth variance is in fact measured from that window projection at the front to the same back of the 1-story projection. The main structure itself, though, I would note, meets 17 meters. That's the uppermost arrow on that plan, as you can see. So it's only the bump out at the rear for which there's a length and depth. That's a 1-story projection. It's in fact slightly longer than would be permitted. We've shown the red permitted highlighted outline there of the house. You can have it a little bit wider, but a little bit shallower as of right. We're a little bit longer, but we're not quite as wide in terms of the bump out at the back. We would have no concern with a condition that requires construction to be substantially in accordance with the site plan to ensure that the main structure remains compliant with the 17-meter piece that is in the zoning bylaw. Madam Chair, the third area that I will just quickly touch on in terms of the overall description, there is an FSI of 0.8776 being proposed. I would simply note that without the roof structure being used as usable residential FSI, the FSI actually comes in then at just over 67 or 67.3. It's the fact that there's 107.68 square meters within the roof line that is being used here. And so the massing itself doesn't fundamentally change if the FSI is not approved. It's just using that space within the approved envelope. And again, I note for the committee that red line, which is the approved building envelope under the zoning bylaw, we are meeting it now, with the exception of the one-story bump out being slightly reconfigured. We did look at FSI numbers in the area. For what it's worth, there's lots in the 0.6s and 0.7s. There are two in the neighborhood that are higher at 92, and one, in fact, at 1.04. But I think I always say to this committee, and I'm quite consistent, that there is both that quantitative analysis, but the qualitative analysis, I think, is always more important. And I come back to the fact that this house, in terms of that red line, is in fact a built form structure specifically contemplated by the bylaw, and the FSI is just being well used within it. So it's not a house that is disproportional to the lot. It's not a house that overwhelms the lot or its neighbors. If you only approve the first and second floor, you could still have that same envelope structure. So that's an overview, Madam Chair. I'm happy to listen to those who are here with concerns and then maybe provide some responses at that time.
Thank you very much. So I'll go to the first speaker, the one in interest, and see if they want to speak or not.
You're unmuted.
Anita Shrivastava, did you want to speak?
No, I didn't want to speak. I just heard about this actually just yesterday or the day before from my real estate agent. So I just was curious. I live on Turner and I just on the street adjacent. And so I just came to hear what was happening.
So you're just listening in then? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So we'll go to the next speaker.
Tim, you're unmuted.
Yeah, thank you. First, I want to thank all the panelists. I'm impressed with your level of attention throughout this process. I've come and gone since 8 a.m. and I can't believe you guys are still sitting here. So I appreciate your time. So I live just right next on 16 Conrad. You know, we've always expected a house to be built in this area, and we welcome a new residence, and aesthetically, I very much am happy with everything that was put forth. Our concern is size, and this whole notion that if you exclude the roof is really not accurate. This is a fully third floor. There's no roof here. The shingles come down the front, but this is a full livable space. And make no mistake, this is a full third floor and should be considered accordingly. So to say that we're just stuffing it under the roof is not accurate. And aesthetically, it doesn't really carry with the sort of GFA of the area in terms of like sort of most of the residents having a third floor under a peak. But that in and of itself is not of major concern to me. It's more that, you know, everything's kind of been made to believe that this is just a natural roof, but it's really a true third floor. And my other concern, size being one primarily, and the second thing being a tree, and that's in the revised arborist report, that simply, the initial arborist reports didn't touch on this, but this tree, the vast majority of the tree, which is rooted in our property, comes over across the fence line and will have to be trimmed back considerably, almost to the point where I would argue that up to a third of the tree is remaining in order to accommodate for this house. And while we did expect that some of the tree would need to be trimmed, that's not a problem in and of itself. My concern is that doing so will result in a significant harm to the tree, which may ultimately compromise the tree. And I just don't want to be left on the hook for such a thing. And so we've requested that we have a letter of intent that if the tree was to pass, and we even gave 2 years post construction, that the finances associated with removing that tree would be taken care of by the individuals living at 14 Conrad. And so this is our major concern. I know I know the tree is unique to us, but I think size is something that needs to be discussed in great detail here. And in the immediate area, having seen people that have gone through this process and know them personally, particularly for Conrad and Turner, which are these main streets in this area, that this size is significantly greater than most other homes. So to say that there's others in the 9s and others over the 1, that's probably recruiting others that are quite outside of that direct area. And so I would just be cautious in terms of interpreting that. That's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. If I could have the final speaker, please.
Victoria, you're unmuted.
Victoria Ruby, are you there? Victoria?
Through you, Madam Chair, we're just trying to unmute them.
She's showing unmuted on our end?
She's showing as muted.
Oh, still. Oh.
Hi.
Hi, Victoria.
Am I still muted?
No, I can hear
Sorry.
you now. Victoria, can you hear me?
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for taking my call. I'm glad to hear that you're at the end of your first session. I agree with Tim. You've been incredible for all these hours. Staying focused. Yes, my name is Victoria Ruby. I live at 6 Conrad Avenue. Some of the things that I was going to speak to have been addressed. A couple of others have not. I did write in a letter, which I know you've spent some time with, which had to do with the FSI, and I too feel that it's misleading to suggest that we're only talking about a first and a second story when that 67 figure that was quoted is more than the other ones that have been approved on the street, which includes the footage for the third floor. So I would reiterate that 0.88 is huge for the street. Addressing the other items, the permitted height, I feel that the design that takes it up to a third floor is not in keeping with the prevailing pattern on the street. It has no roof line. The third floor then becomes, 1.96 meters, essentially above all the other roof lines in the street. And as it's a flat roof, will overpower the existing streetscape. The overall footprint of the house does concern me that, in number 3, the building length, concerns me that it's not leaving an awful lot of green space, but that's something I'm sure you have ways of looking into that, whether that's appropriate. And number 6, which is bringing the house forward. I'm not sure I fully understand what it is that they are planning to do if they're not going to bring it forward, but I do know that the arborist reports did suggest that there was injuring to a number of the city trees and a number of the private trees at the front, and probably anything disturbing the front line of the house into the soil is going to further injure the root structures of the trees that are on that property at the front. And so those are my additional points. And thank you very much for your time and consideration listening to those. Do you have any questions for me?
Let me ask my panel. Anybody have a question? No, they don't, but thank you very much for your input. Mr. Bronskill, are you there?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I had to unmute. I am here.
All righty, so you have 5 minutes to speak to the issues raised.
Just quickly, Madam Chair, there was a concern about the building footprint and green space. I note there are no landscaping variances before the committee. Again, on the trees, the Arbus report has been updated. You've got conditions of urban forestry. Tree protection zones are appropriately now delineated on the site plan, including the trees at 16. They're shown on the colored site plan that's in front of you. And so the tree protection zones are in place such that the trees can be maintained. I do want to touch again just on the FSI. This is a gabled roof design. If I could ask staff with what's on the screen just to go to the last page, because it gives you a little bit more of the three-dimensionality of what's being proposed. And then just staff, I'm going to ask if you could also to pull up the plans in a moment once everyone's looked at the rendering at the front. It's, in my respectful submission to you, a lovely design home. It's a gabled roof design. These do exist on the street. It slopes towards the street and then has the 3 dormers in it. It is not a full 3rd floor. And if I could ask staff's indulgence to be able to bring up the plans, and in particular, the plan I was hoping that staff could bring up is the 3rd floor plan. And I'm just getting a window out of my way so I can see it. It's labeled as well as the 3rd floor plan. My thanks to staff for asking them to do this. This is the partial 3rd floor. It's not a full 3rd floor. And we show this on the colored site plan as well. The one dimension on the left-hand side for that bedroom area, 5 meters of depth. The dimension on the right-hand side, not including from the dormers, is 11.28 meters in depth. So what you actually have is a 3rd floor within the roof line of the house, and it's 1st floor stepping back to a 2nd floor, stepping back to a 3rd floor. And if I could ask staff's indulgence one more time, just to go down a page to one of the elevations, because it'll be helpful for the committee. Sorry, if you could keep going. I should have said side elevation. My apologies. It shows you how the house is stepping back. So that's a great one, because that shows you the 1-story bump out that comes beyond the 17 meters. It shows you the 1st floor, the 2nd floor, and then the roofed 3rd floor. That's the piece that takes you to the 0.87 and change, or the 0.88 from the 0.67. That roof line could be there subject to a main wall height, and we could reduce it slightly, or we could even get rid of it and have a normal roof. But I just think this is a well-designed home. And I think it's telling that the concern is about the number. So it's about, frankly, precedent. No one indicated to you concerns of shadows, privacy, overlook, massing. I think the suggestion that it's out of keeping with the street is not consistent with the front elevation that we showed you in the color package. It really is just about the number. And the number doesn't tell the whole story. You do have to look at the built form, the qualitative aspects. And I think this is a structure that fits. And the number that comes out of that structure, that's the number. And I think a well-designed house like this that is largely within the approved envelope from the zoning bylaw standards. And remember, for the committee, policy 4.1.8 talks about zoning standards in the bylaw being there to ensure compatibility. It's a very important policy. We're largely meeting those zoning standards. It's the density that's going within that built envelope that is exceeding. There's no impacts from it. And so in my respectful submission, that makes it minor. That means it maintains the intent of the OP and will result in a built form that is in fact compatible. So I would urge the committee, in fact, to approve it and allow this wonderfully designed home to go forward. And as always, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, let's see if there are any for you. Panel members, any questions for Mr. Bronskill? Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Chair. It's not so much a question, I think, as affirming my own suspicion that the 3rd floor balcony at the back is set within the roof line.
Yes, sir.
So it doesn't require any sides, privacy screens on the sides.
Yes, sir.
And, that was one of my concerns initially. And when I looked at all the drawings, I realized it's quite nicely set back. And I'd just like to also commend you for commenting on the fact that when you look at the north and south elevations, the 2nd and 3rd floors are quite well set back. It's a very nicely tiered structure. I was going to ask about the new driveway. I couldn't quite make out whether in fact you've got permeable materials being utilized for the new driveway or not. So I was just going to ask about that.
I am just, thank you, through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. I am just checking a more detailed site plan. I may not have the answer for that, but in terms of having a permeable driveway, we do have interlocking brick pavers shown on the site plan. If that was a condition that the committee wished to impose, we'd have no concern.
Thank you. I think that would help a lot with drainage.
Thank you.
Ms. Chan.
Yes, I have a question. On the previous drawing of the side elevation, those dormers are not being shown. They're the only dormers, the 3 dormers actually in the front. So in terms of massing, you sort of omit that, right?
I'm just pulling up to the side elevation so I can see it.
I see the roof of the dormer, but in terms of its own, the vertical walls, they're not being omitted on this drawing, right?
It's a good question. I honestly, in terms of the committee, I can't answer that for you. They're shown on all of the other drawings. I'm not sure why the dormer projections aren't picked up on this elevation. It's a good catch for you, Madam Chair. I honestly don't know. The one thing I'm looking at, if you just give me one moment, is on the plans, there are some sidewalls, and I just want to make sure that they're not tucked behind the roof sidewalls and mislead you. And I'm just pulling up one other drawing through you, Madam Chair, to see if I can confirm that or not for you. I don't want to mislead the committee. I think, through you, Madam Chair, I think the reason they're not shown on the elevations is if you look at the, what's the best drawing? If you look at the colored site plan, do you see how they're stepped back from the edge of the second floor? And then there's space on the sides. I think what you're seeing on the elevations coming down, and I'm just making sure I've got the elevation up to look, coming down at the front is I think they're basically on the side screening those dormers, which is why you don't see them in the elevations. The side of the roof's coming down.
I don't think, I know you're trying to explain, but I don't think that's correct because the dormer has vertical walls and they actually increasing the massing of your roof, right? So because there's some concern raised about the massing, I just thought that you omitted those vertical walls.
I can't answer better than that.
Okay.
I apologize. I can't answer better than that. And I just to make you laugh, I started doing hand gestures showing the sloping walls. Maybe something from 3 years ago. Yeah. No.
That's okay. That's why they're called dormers.
Thank you.
Mr. Clay.
Thanks, David. Or thanks, Chair. David, can you speak to the sidewall height? You're almost a couple of meters over. And I was just looking at your height of each floor. It looks like you've got 9-foot ceilings, so it doesn't seem excessive. But can you just speak to the extra sidewall height?
Yes, I'll start with the front elevation in the colored package, if staff could help with that, because I think it's helpful in seeing what I would call sort of the prototypical zoning bylaw roof line, where you see what we've provided in red there for you, which is kind of the permitted building envelope. So what's interesting is the actual full height, we're actually a little lower. But then we've got, because of the design, and I keep calling it this gabled roof design with the slope roof at the front, you've kind of got those 2 bump ups on the side. That's where we're triggering the main wall height variances. So it's the design of the house itself. The 10.46 is actually shown there on the side, circled in red. And it's coming up to those side pieces, which I also showed you on the elevation because it's just for the 3rd floor. So the house is actually overall lower, but the gabled roof design triggers the sidewall variances of 10.46 there.
Thank you, but you're well within the overall height.
Correct. Correct.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions, so let's take it into committee then. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start off, and I've found this to be quite useful. All the diagrams that have been presented be quite useful in making it me what is intended. I do believe it's an appropriate design for the neighborhood. I do not see any issues with the variances that have been requested, and noting that, of course, we've had some amendments to variance 1 and variance 7. The only condition that I believe is, still applies is forestry number 1. Outside of that, there are no other conditions. I'd like to add the one condition, which Mr. Bronskill was quite happy to comply with, and that is that the driveway be produced with some permeable materials. Outside of that, I'd be quite happy to move forward with an amended, to approve an amended application.
How do you feel about adding to build to according to the site plan?
Perfect. That would be perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So, and that is as amended. So, Mr. Bayat's moving a motion to approve the application, including forestry condition number 1, deletion of variances 1 and 7, condition for permeable pavers on the driveway, and condition to build to site plan. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Clay? Okay, so motion's moved by Mr. Bayat.
Through the chair, just for a point of clarification.
Yeah.
So it's approval subject to the urban forestry condition and permeable pavers installed on the driveway as per the site plan drawing, whatever it is, as it pertains to the permeable pavers only, correct? Or is it?
So they're two. So we're asking to build the building to site plan, like as.
Oh, tying it to plans?
Tying to plans, and then the condition for permeable pavers is a separate one.
Well, if the
Or,
permeable.
if there's a different way to word it,
Well,
that's fine. But
may I suggest, and I guess I just want to clarify this,
Sure.
is that if the permeable pavers are already shown on the site plan, you don't need to have a separate condition, because if you're tying it to plans, they'll be on there.
Let me just check with Mr. Bronskill. I'm not
Sure.
sure they are. David, are they shown as permeable on the site plan?
Madam Chair, oops. Sorry, I unmuted myself. Out of fairness to the committee, there's a reference there to, if you look on the side there, interlocking brick. I would, an abundance of caution, just because I don't know that that's the same thing as permeable pavers, I would suggest the condition if the committee wishes to impose it. And so I think that would mean 3 conditions: urban forestry, permeable pavers in the driveway, and construction substantially in accordance with the site plan to ensure that the 17-meter length for the main structure is maintained. And that would be fine with the client. I just can't confirm for you, Madam Chair, that's the same thing.
Okay, okay, staff's good with that, so that's the motion then. So that's moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Okay, this concludes the morning session. If anybody's listening, sorry, we're a bit behind, so why don't we come back at 2:45? Does that work for you guys? So we'll be back at 2:45, and at that point, we will start with item 21, which is 411 Richview Avenue. See you guys later.
Madam Chair, quick question. I'm not, if I'm not mistaken, am I on the morning panel?
Yes. I think we only finished the
I'm
morning
sorry,
items.
my mic, I shut my mic off already. They changed it a while ago.
I think you're in for the
There's-
duration.
There's 2 full-day panels. Please tell me do you have to leave?
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, I think you're in for the duration, young
You're in
man.
for the day.
Okie dokie.
You're not going to leave us, are you, Z?
We can't hear you.
I don't know. Did you turn me off? I have my mic.
Yeah, no, we can't hear Nancy.
Yeah, I think there's some 40 odd applications. There's a second panel working today. So you're in. Yeah, no, we're panel A.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. There is another panel in committee room 1, also full day, and we're full day, and we have 41 items.
Okay, good.
So are you okay for this, or did you not?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right.
No, we'll be fine.
I thought we were going to maybe lose you.